I
Right.
You're still live.
There we go.
Give me a second. Give me a second. Okay, don't start yet.
Hi, Sally.
Hi, who's that?
Dan Carson.
Hi, Dan Carson. You guys, oh, it's almost 5 o'clock. Goodness, where does time go? Okay, they're in executive session,
Hmm.
so they'll come live when they're done.
Okay, but I can hang on here.
You may.
Good.
Hi, everyone.
Hey, Brian.
How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good.
Hey,
Hi, Ellen.
Sorry, can I ask a question?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, it says please stay tuned for the rest of the meeting. I think they meant to put stay and not stayed. But okay.
You're an attorney, Brian.
Yeah. So I pick up on these things.
We are live, though. We're going out live. The audio is.
That's okay. It was just funny.
Hi, Dan.
Hi there.
Everybody will be coming in shortly. All right. Thank you all for being here tonight. Everybody on from the Board of Trustees? Yes, the Board of Trustees is on. We had just left executive session. We closed the meeting without taking any action that needs to be reported. The first item is opening the meeting, which we did. The next is the adoption of the agenda. There are three groups of folks that are presenting tonight. We have the ad hoc committee folks. We have Peter Farrow from AKRF on affordable housing, and we have the harbor master on the new business for harbor fees, which is on for regular meeting. All right. Adoption of the agenda.
So we'll move with those changes.
Hello?
Victor, 1 second, we have to put on the volume.
Hold on, Augie's doing some. Okay, now try it.
And we have the,
Oh, wait, we got to do this again. We get a little feedback. Hold on. We're fixing the feedback problem.
adoption agenda. Go ahead, Victor.
Okay, Victor, go ahead.
So I'll just move the motion to adopt the agenda.
I'll second that.
Mr. Fusco.
Trustees Winthrop,
Kelly, you're muted.
I vote no.
trustee Natchez,
Yes.
trustee Lucas,
Yes.
trustee Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
No. Okay, the first item on the agenda is the interim report ad hoc ethics committee. The board put together an ad hoc committee a while back. That they've been meeting and working very, very hard, and they have suggestions about the ethics code. And the chair of that committee is an esteemed village resident, Mr. Dan Carson. Dan, would you like to make a presentation tonight?
Sure. Thank you, Tom, and good evening to all. I intend to make just a very brief introductory comment because the committee has presented to the Board of Trustees 2 interim reports and an annotated suggested code. So I believe the reports and the annotations in the code speak for themselves. With me this evening are committee members Ellen Helpman, Brian Kerr, Jocelyn Donat. I don't see Mike Copey or John Hafstadter, but perhaps they're not on my screen, but they're not here yet. So we have 4 of the 6 members of the committee. I think I described to the Board of Trustees the actions or the work that the committee did, our views going into the work, and the call it philosophy with which we proceeded. And we met over the period of probably the course of easily a year on an almost weekly basis to review section by section parts of the code. We met with the current ethics board, past and current ethics board, many of you who are in attendance tonight, and many who offered their points of view as private citizens of Mamaroneck. So my view of this meeting was that the board had certain questions for us or comments to make to us. And my intention, plan for the ad hoc committee following this meeting was to conclude some further business based on a recent meeting we had with the current ethics board, to consider suggestions they made, and then to present to you a final report of our work. I think, as I've indicated, we did not ourselves rewrite the code. We did make annotations in the code where we felt that they would be illustrative, but we believe that the Board of Trustees, to whatever extent it accepts any of our recommendations or promulgates a revised code of ethics, should enlist the support of a law writer, professional law writer, perhaps someone or with the New York State Legislature or somebody who does this for a living, in order to codify the code of ethics in compliance with state and federal law, and to make the language of the code consistent throughout and in conformance with accepted legal terminology. So that's my introductory remarks. I invite my co-committee members to add anything if they choose to at this time.
Anybody wants to stand and you raise your hand and I'll recognize you and you can speak. No?
Nope.
Okay, Ellen?
No.
Oh, okay, sorry. So your screen lit up for a second. Thank you for all your hard work. I know the amount of time and the effort that you put into this, especially, some of the back and forth that you had to do. I appreciate for myself having the opportunity to address some of my concerns with you. And I know we'll be looking at this in the future. And anybody on the board have anything to say to the ad hoc ethics committee?
I just do want to thank them for their work. I know that it was challenging to meet over COVID, and there were just a lot of hurdles that were thrown in your way as they were thrown into everyone's way. And I really appreciate the thoughtfulness with which you addressed this, with which you addressed comments from the public. I know it was a lot of work, and I really appreciate the thoughtfulness with which you approached it. And thank you for your really invaluable contributions.
I want to point out that one of your members is not here tonight. Michael Copey. Michael Copey is now the head of public safety for the city of Rye.
Did not know that.
Yep.
Nope.
Which in Rye, they have public safety. I think it's a public safety head, and he's the head of the fire department and the police department. Their police department is, no, their fire department is almost all paid. They have very few volunteers.
They made a
Mr.
good
Natchez?
choice.
I'd like to echo what Kelly said. You people have been working exceedingly hard under very difficult conditions. For the benefit of the public, I know that you got public comments from different people. Could you give a summary of sort of how what you've done with it, what the substance was, and how you've dealt with that from others in the public? And then I have a couple of comments to make.
Well, thanks for that question. We received many different suggestions on many individual sections of the code, having to do with definitions of interest, having to do with familial relations, also concerning disclosure statements, compliance dates, the authority of the ethics board, its subpoena power, its membership, and relationship with the Board of Trustees, and relationship with the clerk treasurer. So it would take a long time to go through all of them, but I think we were diligent in responding to each and every one of them, not only at the time they appeared at our committee meetings, but subsequently in writing. We undertook a fair amount of legal research and comparison studies of other codes of ethics, and based our replies on what we consider to be just and fair, a just and fair resolution of those questions, and also what we consider to be in conformance with applicable law. So those comments came in most recently through our discussion with the sitting ethics board of a week or so ago, and they made some very constructive suggestions, which we are going to discuss, having to do in some part with the realistic filing deadlines, and with including the ethics board in some of the notice categories. So I think that's a very general answer to your question, but it would take a while to go through every one of them individually. And we did, I believe, copy the mayor and board of trustees in many of the replies that we made. So I hope that's an answer to your question. If you have specific questions on individual sections, we'd be happy to respond to them.
My comments do not relate to the public comments, but for the public, I wanted everybody to understand the process that you undertook. I had a couple, I thought a lot of things that you were recommending had real substance in meeting. There's some things that I'm concerned about. One is that the training, in my opinion, should not be undertaken by the village manager's office. I believe that the village manager has too many other things to do, and this is not one of the things that should be her, or responsibility. I think maybe there needs to be a budget item for that. We have a human resources department that is available to help and get additional professional help if it's necessary. But I think that should not be there. I'm very concerned about the subpoena power. I'm not quite sure that I understand the reasons that's there, but I think there are a lot of issues about if somebody is not cooperating, they're not going to get they're not going to necessarily get a response the way they might like to otherwise. I don't think the subpoena power does really gives much to it. If there is a violation of law, you have the district attorney's office, et cetera, that can be the materials provided for. I don't think I don't know, I can't think of circumstances I've lived here all my life. I've also done research on where subpoena powers have been used in other activities. I'm not sure that that's something we need. Others may disagree. I'm concerned about part of the language and the tenor of the law, which you did not write. You were given, but it is not as friendly in terms of trying to provide education and guidance, which is what I think the primary function of the ethics board is supposed to be. And I think that doesn't come across easily when you start reading the whole thing. And I'm concerned about that. And I'm a big believer in transparency. And that gets to an issue of, whether decisions should be made public or not. And that gets to be another issue. But I think there are some that, there are decisions or requests that may not apply to others. And I can understand, or people are concerned about making it public as it might affect that individual. I can respect that. But I think a lot of the issues that people should be going to the ethics board on are applicable to a wider audience than just an individual. And I think having those decisions available would be an exceedingly desirable approach. And I know those are general statements, and I can try and go through markups of the law, but I'm just giving you what, after reading what your initial report and then your amended report and the replies that you wrote to different people, simplifying everything, that's what I come down to.
Ellen Houtman has her hand up. Ellen,
Yeah.
please feel free.
I want to address the first thing you mentioned, Dan, about training. What we were trying to accomplish was move the administration of training away from a volunteer board and put it with the village. So whether I agree with you, it's a human resource function and that reports to the village manager. So we just kind of did the big picture, easy enough to modify on that. But that's really just the administration, not the content of the training material. The other thing that we had discussed from a training perspective, the state offers an online course, and that's something that could be administered through DMS. And I'm really not sure if that's HR or someone else in the village manager office who maintains the DMS system. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you, Ellen. Anyone else?
Yeah, if I may just add to what Ellen said, we wanted, and this we discussed this at length with the treasurer clerk, the clerk treasurer's office, with Mr. Fusco and with Ms. Roberts and with the sitting ethics board, and there was a strong feeling that this responsibility had to move from a transitory volunteer board to something that's more of a permanent HR function. Whether it sits with the clerk treasurer, whether it sits with HR, it should just be an employer function. With respect to your comments on the issuance of subpoenas, this is something I think I can speak for the committee in saying that we all felt was extremely important. Every code of ethics we reviewed for comparison purposes gave its ethics board, ethics committee subpoena power. An ethics board is without its function, without its reason to be, unless it has the authority to call for the production of books and records. There is always the opportunity on the part of the subpoenaed party to appeal or move to quash or file a notice of objection. But in the 48 years that I have been a lawyer, every body of this kind has always had subpoena power, and it's something that I think is inextricable with the authority of an ethics board. And with respect to your comment regarding the availability of decisions, I think you very rightly identified it as being a highly sensitive issue and one which calls for a careful analysis of what may and may not become public, because if one is too specific in identifying a decision, you have compromised the confidentiality of an ethics inquiry. Having said that, we also, the other side of that coin was we felt it extremely important, and this was echoed by those who appeared before the committee, that opinions of the ethics board that one may rely upon have to be written and published by the ethics board, and not opinions that are offered informally by phone or at committee meetings. So I hope, Trustee Natchez, that we've answered your questions and very much appreciate the comments.
Anybody else on the board have any
Yes.
questions or comments? Victor?
Yes, I want to comment and suggest a way forward, because I think we need to move this ahead. I think probably that's the goal of today's meeting. On the thanks, I'll be brief because it's been extensive. Your dedication is just, we're just thankful for that. I think everybody has acknowledged it. I had the privilege to follow you very closely at the beginning for at least the first 6-8 months. I tried to be even at most of your meetings just to know how your process was. I had to drop a little bit later on because of work, but I can pick up now, and I've seen your both interim reports from May, August, the table, which is very useful, and the annotated code, which I think it's the last one is from August. Is that the latest one?
I believe so.
Okay. So with those 4 documents, and there's some additional background, but with those 4 main pieces, I think the board now should make the decision. Are we going to move forward and have an analysis of how to put this together? I think the chair, Dan, has already suggested that we may need at some point to have an expert clean it up with language that may address some others. But before we get there, there's some low-hanging fruit, and there are some more contested issues of convergence, divergence, difficulty. So I think my suggestion is for this board to agree to maintain this in the work session and have that process, iterative process begin. At some point, it's going to require a lot of work, maybe dedicated meetings, but let's keep it in our work session. And for example, for next meeting, we could decide, fine tune the work, the way forward with a timetable, and decide which items we all agree on. Maybe we did not need to spend a lot of time on those, and maybe identify those that may require some discussion among us. Perhaps that could be the discussion next time. And then we decide a timetable to do this, because it will require a lot of meetings at the legislative level. So I think we should decide to move this forward. And that would be my motion. If you're all in favor, if there's no comment, or if you want to have a second on that before you comment.
I would second that. And I would also like to echo thanks and say that today, staff and the committee members worked to try and collate as many comments, public comments and responses by the ad hoc committee as possible. And Sally's got them up at backup. And I'm not sure we got everything, but I think we did a pretty good job. And it's clear that there was public input and that the committee really thoughtfully listened. And so that, to Dan's question, that is available as backup for today.
I guess I'm in favor of keeping working on this, but I don't understand the motion. Is the motion to keep it on a work session? If that's the motion, it doesn't need a motion. You just say we're going to keep this on a work session and keep working on it.
Well,
Not moving it to the regular meeting. What we make motions on is moving it to the regular meeting.
I made that just for clarity, because the item as we have it is interim report of the ad hoc code review
So
committee.
why don't we change the heading of it to working on the recommendations of the ad hoc committee?
Yes, we'll just morph it.
Yeah, and just leave it on the agenda. But go ahead, Ellen.
There's no need for motion.
The one thing I wanted to add, I think a consistent theme from all of us on the committee, and I'm speaking for both John and Mike, who aren't with us tonight.
John's here.
Okay. We wanted to make sure that the language was as clear as possible and get rid of anything that may have been vague, because we don't want anyone to go against the code of ethics. This is to help people comply. So as you're going through in future work sessions or recommendations, please keep that in mind. And I know, and we had many discussions with Dan about this, from legal terminology versus layman terminology and what makes things clear. So I'm not sure where that's going to land, but that was one of our big intents, was just make it as black and white as possible.
Okay. For me, what's really important is that when this was passed, this was a very, I don't want to say stringent, but strict ethics code. And I don't think we should water down. I mean, I'm fine with giving clarity where clarity is better pursued, but I don't think we should water down the intent to have an ethics code that requires us to go above and beyond, that requires us to divulge, that requires us to have a mechanism for doing investigations. So I think you in some substance you kept that, so and I appreciate that. And what we're talking about now is fixing it up a bit. And I know you went through a lot, and you had to look at different ethics codes. And I think Dan, I agree with you 100%. If you can't compel someone, what's the point? People would just say no and stonewall you to death if they had a problem. So I appreciate the work. I appreciate leaving it on the agenda and making some progress on it. It's an important aspects of who we want to be as a government, that we want to be, as they say, Caesar's wife, right, beyond reproach. So thank you. Anybody else?
Mayor, another point, I'm sorry to jump, but I think it's important to clarify now, because I was not at the previous meeting where you discussed this briefly, and there was some discussion, and it was probably you raised it, that there could be some concerns that some issues could not be dealt with because of a certain litigation. My take, and I would like it to be clarified right now, is that regardless of anything, there could be cases here and there, this board, and with all the work that has been done, we can act forward based on our judgment of everything that is before us, because this is not a reaction to any litigation. This is an overall review with detail of where and of many years of background and many input as has been explained. So I just want to be clarified so that next we start discussing something next week and says, oh, wait a minute, let's not discuss interest because that may be subject to something. So what I want to make clear now is that this doesn't get hampered because of that. I think I take it that we can move forward, but I want to
Are you asking
have
me
everybody on
my
the same
opinion?
page.
Are you asking me a question?
It's a discussion for all of us. I just, and it involves your concern, but it's not a
Yes,
question for
then-
you.
Then let me answer my concern. My concern is that we have a person who was convicted of an ethical violation, who is suing the village of Mamaroneck. The part of her claim is vagueness. That claim has been dismissed by a judge, but the litigation still continues. So I had that concern, but after reading more thoroughly the ad hoc ethics board recommendations, I don't have that concern anymore. But I still have a concern that people who are on boards and commissions and have already been convicted of an ethical violation are then trying to lobby the ad hoc ethics committee on an issue that's closely related to litigation. But that's for another day. But thank you for bringing that up so I could clarify how my feelings got ameliorated.
So my take is we can move forward now with
Yes, I said that
Yes.
before, Victor. Yeah.
okay, good. Thank you, Mayor.
No, thank you for giving me a chance to put that out.
I'd just like to address a couple of things, though. I appreciate having been on the Board of Trustees when the ethics law was first passed and or this iteration, the previous iteration of the ethics law was passed. That I think context is very important when whatever changes you make, whatever tweaks you make to the law, whatever you end up doing, I think having a history of the discussion about why it is that way would be informative to the ethics board if they ever have to address whatever issue it may be. So I think being clear about any changes that get made and maybe not necessarily in the context of actual cases, but the rationale that goes into it, I think would benefit the ethics board. And I also think that once the ethics board has made a decision, that decision has to be made public, has to. Especially if you're considering the power that they have, subpoena power. If it's reached its conclusion, I think that decision needs to be made public, whether or not personally identifiable information is removed. I'll leave that up to other people to discuss. But I think where we've run into problems is we have an ethics board or ethics boards in the past that have given advice or made recommendations, and there's no context and there's no record of that. So nobody can really rely on a consistent decision in each case. So I think that would be very important to do to make sure that the village keeps a record of those decisions. Not the ethics board, the actual village is in possession of those decisions.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? All righty. Thank you very much, ad hoc folk. I appreciate all your work. Many of you have volunteered and served this community long and hard over a long time, and I appreciate that. And keep up the good work.
Thank you, Tom, and I'd like to, at this time, also repeat my appreciation to the members who served on the committee who did so very, very ably, and to thank also Sally Roberts and Nora Lucas, whose support was extremely valuable to us, indispensable to us, and gave us a lot of very useful information that enabled us to do our work and make our decisions. So we thank them as well.
Thank you very much.
And before we go on, could I also thank Dan? Dan did an incredible amount of work on our behalf.
Yes.
And I appreciate everything that he did. And I know it wasn't always easy to herd all of us, but I think he did an incredible job.
I agree.
And you're all invited to the Christmas party.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So please come down, and that's your reward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming tonight.
Okay, the next we're going to go to Peter Farrow from AKRF, who's waiting here and getting paid to wait. No offense, Peter, but zoning strategies to encourage and support all affordable. And then we have our friend, the Harbor Master. Good evening, Peter Farrow.
Good evening, Mayor and trustees. Thank you for having me on. As you correctly noted, I'm with AKRF, colleague of Ashley Lai, who unfortunately could not be here tonight. So Ashley asked if I could step in, and I'm more than happy to and speak about this topic. So I know not as much about the background of this conversation, which I think is actually okay to start it. So please, if I'm saying something that lacks the context, please just let me know. But my understanding is the board was interested in getting some more information about some basic information about a couple different strategies that have been used in other municipalities to varying degrees to help promote affordable housing. And these are strategies really done kind of at the village or town board level, not necessarily at a planning board level or another level. So I believe you all have a memo from Ashley in front of you. It's a brief memo, and I'm happy to go through that. And basically what Ashley did is broke it up into two separate sections of potential action items. And one has to do with kind of zoning strategies. So kind of how the village board may be able to indirectly, so to speak, kind of promote affordable housing. And when we talk about affordable housing, I think it's important that we draw the distinction, at least in our minds, between what I'll call big A affordable, which are units that are regulated, income regulated in some way or rent regulated in some way, and what I'll call little A affordable. Those are the housing that is, what, for lack of a better term, naturally occurring affordable housing, housing that just is more affordable to certain segments. And then obviously we also have a range of affordability, right? We could be talking about, often we talk in terms of a percentage of AMI, area median income, but it's important to note that the AMI for a family of four in Westchester County at this point is north of $100,000. So when we talk about low income and below median rent, we're talking about families that could be making $80,000 to $120,000 a year. And that's your 80 to 120% AMI. That's your middle income. So it's important to kind of set that stage and kind of talk about how acute the problem is that we're facing. So the strategies that Ashley had laid out on the zoning side The first one has to do with, or the first two, I guess, have to do with kind of new types of housing units that aren't always included in zoning codes, but might be able to fall into that little a affordable bucket. And so the first one is accessory dwelling units, right? We might know them as granny flats, in-law suites. They could be attics, basements, detached garages, sheds. But these are units that are clearly accessory to the primary use, traditionally a single family house. They're smaller in size, square footage, bedrooms, and they truly are accessory in nature. Typically, right, these are not, well, not typically, they are for rent units. They tend to draw a smaller household size. And many communities are starting to look at these units as a way to kind of bring in some of that naturally occurring affordable housing. And one of the side benefits of this is it makes that single family house more affordable for the owner occupant. They could live in the accessory unit, they could live in the main unit, but now they have a way of helping to pay that rent or that mortgage without putting a larger drain on a municipality's services, right? So we're not talking about large increases in population, large increases in other municipal services, but really do that in kind of a smaller scale way. The second strategy that was identified was kind of looking at a typology of housing that is often referred to as the missing middle. And this refers to kind of housing in that 2 to 4 unit, 2 to 6 unit, but let's say 2 to 4 unit range, which doesn't always exist in communities, or if it does, their zoning no longer permits it, right? Maybe it was built out in that way, but a lot of times many zoning ordinances have been modified along the way such that that housing typology isn't necessarily permitted. And so looking at ways in or areas in which that housing could be useful to the village, not have a large impact on the built character, on the visual character, on the community, might be a way to, again, slowly increase the number of units. And these units, again, tend to be smaller than a detached single family house. They're not necessarily as expensive as a new 50 unit building that's going on, and it really targets a different occupant, and again has this way of kind of fitting into a neighborhood, both architecturally and in terms of density. And so we've seen a lot of communities look at ways in which this typology could be reintroduced, because, and I said reintroduced because many communities had this typology before. And then kind of the third way was looking at density bonuses. So where it might make sense to potentially have a density bonus that allows additional housing to be created on a site over and above what the zoning may allow in return for extra affordable housing units, right? And you could set that percentage at whatever you want. We've seen a range of them. Some require double the affordable housing, some require 50% at ranges of AMI, but now you have a lot more control over that. And in return, a developer can get, excuse me, can get extra density within their project. This obviously does not make sense everywhere in a community. This has to be very targeted. Because now we're talking about larger increases in numbers of units. So this really needs to be calibrated. And one of the places that was identified as potentially being able to do this is within the TOD zone. And again, there's a whole host of issues that would need to be examined before we would recommend a strategy. But that could be one way in which kind of an existing area that's been targeted for more density and more intense development could help further municipalities' affordable housing goals. And then the last strategy kind of, it has to do with making development in general, whatever the development is, more affordable to construct. And kind of anything we can do on that end really does help bring the cost down. And this is also especially true when you get into that kind of rent regulated, income protected housing, because now if you make that cost of the unit less, the affordability can run deeper, right? If you make the cost of the unit less on a luxury project, are they going to be able to pass that along to the ultimate consumer? Maybe, maybe not, right? The market is the market. But when we start being able to make development more affordable, or I'm sorry, less expensive for affordable projects, that affordability can be passed on. And so one way to do that is anywhere where it's possible and it makes sense is to reduce off-street parking requirements, because we know that that land value or construction value or both is a really large part of development costs. And so being able, where appropriate, to bring that cost down can help to advance affordability goals. And again, this does not work everywhere. This has to be tailored to an individual community, to individual areas within a community. So that's kind of the zoning side of things, right? What can a municipality encourage others to do through their regulations? And then there's kind of the very direct way, which is, what can the village do with village-owned land? And we've seen a number of municipalities look to land that they own, either surplus land or underutilized land, or land maybe in need of revitalization that the village owns, and they look to bring in a partner and a private partner to help develop that site, that infrastructure, and the village in return gets affordable housing out of this. So we've seen a lot of communities do this in a number of different ways. Some is vacant land, some is, we've seen former DPW sites when a community is looking to build a new site. We've seen community centers that maybe were run down and now get a new lease on life through development of affordable housing on top of a new community center space or senior housing. And so those types of public-private partnerships really have proliferated, and we've seen municipalities kind of throughout the region take a pretty active role in that. And again, that's incredibly municipality specific. It does not work everywhere. It does not work for everyone. It does not work for every kind of development. But it is a strategy that has proven to be effective. So that's kind of like the 30,000-foot overview of these strategies. I'm happy to talk in more detail, answer questions. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. I have a couple questions. Let me start with the accessory dwelling units. All right, so first of all, obviously it has to conform to code, right? You can't
Absolutely.
put it in a basement. But what's the guarantee that either the renter or the landlord would qualify for affordability? You know what I mean? If I make an extra apartment in a house and they're renting it to somebody that's making $300,000, how did that help me? And is there a way?
Right. Yeah,
So-
that's a good question. I think there are two pieces to that. One is, as a municipality, you can regulate that if you wanted. You could say as a municipality, you know what, we're going to allow these ADUs, but they have to be rent regulated. That adds a whole nother layer of administration to it, but maybe it's necessary. The other answer is these units tend to be much smaller in size, and so they just typically don't attract folks who kind of could afford to live somewhere else. And that generally is what we've seen, but it's not always the case, right? And sometimes what we'll see is that an ADU might be occupied by the owner of the house. Maybe it's a young professional who bought the house, or a senior who has the house, build an ADU, they live in that, and then rent out the main house. And that gives that resident a chance to stay in their community, maintain their asset, because now they're bringing in rental income. So you kind of have these double benefits. But I will say there are some municipalities that have looked at adding ADUs to a rent regulated stock. But generally, because they tend to be much less, much smaller in size, they tend to be more naturally affordable.
Okay, and my other question was about public-private partnerships. And I had a couple of questions on it. If a developer develops it and then maintains it, right? Let's just say, don't they pay the community a pilot?
So the
Which is
great thing about
for people who are watching is a payment in lieu of taxes.
Right. And the great thing about public-private partnerships is that they offer the ultimate flexibility. Right. You as the landowner, not only do you have zoning control, you have control over a transaction after that. Now, you can't sell one for the other. I believe we have several attorneys on the call who know that. But you have ultimate control. So yes, you can have a private developer maintain it in perpetuity, pay taxes, put it back on the tax roll, or enter into a pilot, which is similar to getting those taxes. So all of those different things could be on the table. And that is the kind of a tertiary benefit, right? You take some of the maintenance obligations off of the village, get affordable housing, and get some of that that tax relief back into your pocket. So there is the potential for that to be a very good project for a village. It's obviously a big project, a complicated project. You want a great partner, but they're out there.
And in a community like Mamaroneck and other communities in Lower Westchester, and even Upper Westchester, Westchester in general, that's the main impediment to building affordable housing, isn't it? The price of land?
That tends to be one of the biggest impediments. The other often tends to be, and not so much in some communities as in others, zoning regulations as well. So if you can kind of attack those two, you're in a good spot.
Thank you. Does anybody else have any questions for Pete?
I do. One of the typical historic preservation techniques is to allow ADUs in historic districts. And the rationale is you might have a bunch of single family houses that have some kind of a garage or carriage house in the back, or houses are big and old and hard to maintain. And if you can increase residential density without destroying the character of the neighborhood. So it's not, it's sort of like de facto affordable housing. It's not the kind of affordable housing that is done through grants and loans and goes through a housing lottery. It's just sort of what the stock in the neighborhood is. And, that's a tool that a lot of communities have used to maintain historic neighborhoods, maintain affordability for property owners and for tenants. And we have a lot of those in the village that pre-exist the zoning code.
And that's
Well, they're
one
legal,
of the
right?
benefits. Right, exactly. And that's one of the benefits that some communities also look at, is incentivizing those units to become legal,
Right.
and up to code.
But I think that should be means tested, right? It shouldn't be.
It's not usually means tested because you're just.
But then you're just giving a benefit to someone who doesn't need it. I mean,
Well, you're also discouraging people from tearing down historic buildings. I mean, or you're also making it possible for people who, let's say, retire to stay in the community. I mean, it's not, I'm saying it could be means tested, but that isn't the traditional path by which these buildings exist in Westchester and elsewhere in the country.
Any other questions?
When you talk about affordable housing, you started off with the AMI. And you basically talked in the $100,000, $90,000 range for family income, whether it's 4 people or less. My question is, in anything that you've said, how could that be manifested to attract affordable housing to the service industry that traditionally has significantly less income? And we're talking in the $40,000 to $60,000 range of a family of 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And how do you approach that? Because when I read the memo and when I've listened to you, it seems like we're not really talking about that. You're in the 80% AMI area.
Yeah, no, I hear that. And I think the first thing I would say is there is certainly no one size fits all to get at this problem. The problem, as you said, ranges from the bottom of the income distribution well up to the top. And it is a large problem. And these solutions, these strategies certainly are not comprehensive list of every strategy that's out there. And I think there are different strategies for different strata. I would say that ADUs and missing middle housing, these often get at kind of the more naturally occurring, and I wouldn't say that they're necessarily limited to 80% AMI or 100, right? I think they do actually get at a bit lower in the AMI scale than that. And it kind of, again, if you're looking at, and I just pulled up the numbers and I was off by 25%. It's $127,000 for a family of 4 in Westchester. So when you look at 30% of income at say 60% of AMI, right? So what a housing cost might be, you're looking at $1,900 a month. So some of this housing certainly does get at that level where you would be talking about smaller units. But I would also say that I think it is incredibly important to have strategies that look at a variety of income levels, right? And I think those are the most effective strategies.
Yeah, when we've had this discussion before with past planners, the village used to have a planner, and Mr. Cutler, and we've talked with other people who do affordable housing. And correct me if I'm wrong, but what they have said was when you do a development that's all affordable, then it's easier to get into lower AMI. That, if they have 80%, 60%, 40%, it's easier to carry to 40% when you have the 80%.
Right, absolutely.
Because 40% by itself can't carry the bill.
No, and that's why there's such a range of programs out there, right? You just have your mandatory inclusionary zoning, you've got your public housing, you've got Section 8, you've got your LIHTC projects that are mostly, all affordable, mostly affordable, that vary the range. So you really are looking at a number of different strategies. And these are just some of kind of the lower hanging fruit strategies, so to speak, from a zoning perspective.
So let me ask a question. For communities like Mamaroneck that are relatively all built up, that the municipality does not have any really excess land, that it has a TO district that totally floods type thing, has numerous traffic issues. And parking is a significant issue no matter where you are. So the question then becomes, how do we marry the affordable housing, particularly at the lower level, to work in a community like this. I understand doing the units in private homes, which may or may not totally work, but let's assume it does. How do you do the rest of it?
It's not easy. I'm not going to sit here and say it's easy. I think it takes a lot of, and this might be self-serving, a lot of good planning work and careful planning work by a municipality to think through those issues and to, balance some of these goals that in a way that's appropriate for your community. There is no silver bullet here. And I think anything that we as kind of, and I say we in big picture communities are able to do to address this problem is a good thing. It is hard and it's not, I wish there was a perfect answer, but there isn't. And I think we have to balance them and know that, some strategies are going to work better in some places in a municipality or in some municipalities than others based on very specific community features. And I think that is, that's just kind of the way to go. And then I think there are also trade-offs, right, that have to be made. I think there are lots of win-wins out there, but sometimes there are some trade-offs that we have to make. And when I say we, I mean communities. I serve on my own community's affordable housing committee. So this is kind of, I'm saying we in the big picture of kind of folks who think about these issues and work on these issues.
So let me ask it a different way. You know of any other communities that are a village size type that where we have, similar to this village of Amerenik, with the things that I've just set forth that have been successful in doing significant affordable housing?
I think when you say significant affordable housing, I don't know exactly what that means in terms of numbers or in terms of units. I think there are communities that have faced and do face similar constraints that are able to enact some strategies to help produce more affordable housing. Some are able to produce more than others, but I think there are ways to do it.
I think it's a question of will of the community and will of the elected officials. Is this a priority? Is this something that you're willing to expend political capital on? Is this something that you're willing to, a goal? And I think that you want to have made an impact when you leave these jobs, right? You want to have improved people's lives, and sometimes that requires difficult decisions, and it requires ruffling feathers sometimes. But at the end of the day, did you make the world a better place? Really, that's what we're talking about here. We have historically built affordable housing in the flood zone. We have historically warehoused our affordable housing and people who are economically challenged in the most dangerous part of the community. I don't think that's fair. I think that that's going on all over the United States. There's this the danger of that, and then there's also a big problem in America about environmental segregation. Putting the poorest population and population of color in the worst environmental areas, and some could argue that that's what happened in Washingtonville with the waste treatment plant on one side and the floods all over the place. So is it difficult? Yes, I was on the board of the Washingtonville Housing Alliance when we did the most recent Old White Plains, 726 Old White Plains, and it was very difficult and there was much opposition, but I don't think anyone who is fair could walk down there and not think that that was a good development and it was good for the community. Or you have 725 Old White Plains Road that West Hab has, that was built prior to flood laws. And the folks who live in that building, who, you know, were the affordable housing residents that live in that building, were out of their homes for, I don't know, at least a month and a half after the flood. And, you know, they were doubling up and they were in hotels and they were with relatives and they were with friends. And that's a tough way to have to live. So, I mean, I know it's difficult, but where there's a will, there's a way. Does anybody have any more questions for Mr. Farrell?
Well,
Nora?
I don't know if Peter can talk about this, but, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but, you know, Connecticut requires municipalities to adopt an affordable housing plan, a strategy for creating affordable housing. There's nothing that precludes us from doing it, and it's probably something we should consider. And, you know, I think that if we were, you know, 20 miles up, we'd be having to do it. And it may be something we can get our state legislature to do. I don't know that the county can require it, but there's no reason why we can't create an affordable housing plan with, you know, with benchmarks for the village. And I think that would show us that we are, you know, we're committed to doing it. It's not necessarily something that's an expensive thing to do, but it gets us on track for figuring out strategies for affordable housing. And I recommend that we follow Connecticut's lead and think about doing that.
Anybody else from the board?
Yeah,
Victor?
So I want to thank AKRF, Peter, and
Ashley.
Ashley, our client, because I know it's very valuable that you are on board, and I think this conversation can now really move forward, because we actually had this conversation in the summer of 2020 in the pandemic. It's been rolling, but it was really gearing up when we had actually, I see Neil Desai participating as a panelist. I hope it's the same one I know, because he helped us, and we were just getting to fine tune the plan for the finish line. And of course, then came the pandemic, and more things have happened in the village that has detracted us serious and relate to this, the flooding. Let me just point to the main point. So we have to go back to insert exactly these 5 points. This memo should be inserted to a draft comp plan. And we need to move that forward, but that doesn't mean we're going to stop that. We need to finish the draft comp plan, in my view, in the next 6 months, because flooding, all the issues that we need to address have to be there. Now we're overburdened with many things, but in the planning phase, I think for this board for next semester should be finish the comp plan with these issues, and on a parallel track, work on some of them right away. For example, let's decide maybe to work on the first one right away, because each one will require a lot of work. If we tackle them all together, it's going to be a monumental zoning and planning change. If we take one by one, they'll have their own environmental impacts, right? And maybe that could be done, because the village, as we learn from all the planning processes, it's really 5 villages packed together with different areas. Now they all be managed not separately, precisely. The key is to integrate and know the value of that, of those pieces that are historically there. But we need, so my suggestion would be to work on those 2 tracks. Make this part of the comp plan and really bring the comp plan back to our work sessions, and have some dedicated meetings and have a planning phase of 6 months to tackle it. And second, on a parallel track, work on these issues one by one, maybe starting with the first one of accessible units, accessory units right away.
Kelly, Kelly hasn't spoken yet.
You know what, I want to thank you for this discussion. This is something that we did discuss at length as part of PLLC. And so a lot of what's in this memo and a lot of what we know in terms of zoning strategy, we discussed in PLLC, and things like density bonuses. Unfortunately, we stripped out of the TOD to large extent. And I know that at the time, our village planners were extraordinarily upset about that. So I don't, I realize that there are flood issues there, but there are some new developments in the TOD that didn't suffer. Their residents were not out because they were elevated. So I think there are ways, I wish we could go back and put some of the TOD density bonuses back in place. I think as we discuss the 50-foot setback and some of the particular irregularities of parcels of land in the village, we can address, something that we probably shouldn't have done in PLLC. We just didn't give it the thought to the irregularities of some of our parcels. Certainly putting something in the comprehensive plan is worthwhile, but it doesn't really get us over the finish line. Nora, I'm curious about, different municipalities in Connecticut, and I'd love to see some of their affordable housing plans that they've come up with as required. So I think that would be a great addition to the conversation. But obviously, we're interested in this and want to move it forward. So I'm glad we're keeping it going.
May I jump in on explanation? Because regardless of whatever Connecticut does, in New York, zoning changes have to be compared to the comp plan. If you don't have it in a comp plan, then you have to justify it more.
Yeah.
That's why I think we need to, work on a parallel track. But that's the law in New York.
Yep, I know.
And
But that doesn't mean that you can't change, you would still make changes. They just have to not be in contrast to your comp plan.
but they should
But
be,
not every time you make a change, it doesn't have to be delineated as was going to happen in the comp plan. That's what I'm saying. It just can't be controverted by the comp plan.
well,
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Nora.
I just want to say Neil Desai, the author of our comp plan, is on the call. We haven't seen Neil in a while. We hope to see him soon, but Neil is on the call, and he's attending. And I think that I just want to acknowledge him.
Yes, and thank you. Neil's been following what's going on in the village very closely, I think. Yeah. I'm concerned with the accessory dwelling units about basement apartments. We've seen, that's something that we could talk about, if we talk about it, but I don't think we have to limit it to one thing at a time. I think that, we have people who are still out of their homes. We have children who are still being bused from White Plains. A unit here or there and an accessory dwelling is not going to fix this problem. I'm not saying we shouldn't do it, but this is not how you fix this problem. This is a small measure that probably should be looked at, but this is a big problem, and it's not going to just be a little apartment here, a little apartment there, and we're done. This is like we have major displacement of population, and that population by and large is very working poor and first generation or immigrant. And we talk constantly about honoring our diversity, but you can't honor it unless you try and keep it. And I come at this from someone who grew up in a very diverse neighborhood in New York that is no longer diverse. And it's just because nobody cared. Nobody cared that people were moving out. Nobody cared about the decay people were living in, so people moved along. Yes, Victor?
Mayor, let me just be clear. I'm not saying that will be the main one. What I'm proposing is that we figure out a way to start working on this. I'm not saying this will be the one or which. I'm just saying let's move forward with all this stuff because we've been talking about this for a while.
Oh, yeah,
But as you know, but let me finish, please. But as you know, this type of change, if we're going to group them all, then we need to design a plan. It's going to take months. You need to have the backup, the secret analysis. So how are we going to tackle this? That's, I think, should be maybe the next discussion on this is to, okay, which ones are we gonna pick? Are we gonna pick 1, 2, or 3, or all together? And if we all agree that that's the case, then we'll find a way, as we did with the moratorium reform, but we will just have to figure out what is the plan. Let's not continue talking how important it is, because I can tell you, as you know, I'm Hispanic. I see more and more Hispanic migrating than anybody. Most people I see are leaving the village. So I know it from the people I relate to. And we know how people are suffering now. What I'm saying is, let's just figure out a plan to work on this topic instead of just.
I agree with you about moving forward, but
How?
I do take a little umbrage that you're once again telling me how I should talk and what I should talk about. And I don't do that with anybody else on the board. And I think that this is a very important topic. And if I dwell on it a little bit, that's because I think it's an important topic. And please don't, when I'm talking about something, tell me to move on, because I find it chilling. And we have Mr. Desai has his hand up.
Yeah.
But I'm just clarifying, I'm not asking you to move on. What I'm saying is, let's find a way to move forward.
Mr. Desai has his hand up. Go ahead, Mr. Desai. I'm going to give you a shot.
Neil, you have to unmute yourself, Neil.
Hello, I wasn't anticipating talking.
Oh, you put your hand up.
Oh, I did. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I'm on a bicycle, right? I stopped my bicycle. Pardon that. The phone was in my pocket, and I think it raised the hand by mistake.
Neil, we'll be talking about this again. You can come on again.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Good
night.
Drive carefully, Neil.
Oh yeah, I've stopped. Don't worry, I've
Okay,
stopped.
good man. Good man.
We need you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Man, talk about multitasking. That's amazing. And does anybody else have any questions or concerns for Mr. Farrow? All right, let's keep this on the agenda. I mean, I added this to the agenda because I think it's, it's an important topic, and it's, it got more important after the flood. Let's hope we don't have any more floods. Please God. Mr. Farrow, thank you very much.
Thank you. It's my pleasure. Look forward to continuing the conversation.
Was I pronouncing your name right?
You did. I cannot believe it.
Everyone's, even a broken clock is right twice a day.
Not you particularly, but no one who sees my name for the first time says it correctly. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a good evening.
The next up is the best harbor master on the East Coast,
Good evening.
Mr. Jeff LaRussa.
Good evening, everybody. How are you?
How are you, Jeff?
I'm good. So I wanted to talk to you tonight about the harbor fees for the 2022 season. Just to give you a little background, if you're not familiar, resident rates were last changed in 2019. Non-resident rates were raised in 2020. I did a little comparison to the other municipal marinas in the area between New Rochelle and Rye, and we're about half of what they are for resident and non-resident. The only rate that we're somewhat competitive with them is the rate for SDOC, the 22 and over foot boats. Just to give you like a couple of examples, for a 19-foot boat, we're charging right now $40 a foot, and New Rochelle is charging $74 for a resident. For a non-resident, they're charging $98, and we are charging $91. So, then it goes on, to the bigger boats. The 19-foot boat, we're charging, again, $40 a foot for a resident. And what was the non-resident? Is 91, and New Rochelle's getting 101 for a resident and 134 for a non-resident. So I think that the rates should be increased. I sent out a little spreadsheet. I don't know if anybody got that.
Yeah.
So just if you can just look down that, and that's kind of the comparison to what we're charging and what I propose to raise them to for this year. If anybody has any questions.
So what the average resident, right? What size is that boat?
I mean, average around here is like between 20 and 22 is the most. It's very hard for me to rent the smaller slips, like 13 foot, 14 foot, 15 foot. Nobody buys those size boats anymore. Everybody's going to boats that are bigger. Like we get a lot of calls for boats that are 24 to 28 feet, which the only dock that I can put those on is S dock. And that dock has been full for years because it's not very big. So, but that's the kind of where the whole industry is going, into those bigger boats. Nobody buys those small little boats anymore.
So is the increase percentages the same for residents and non-residents?
No, I didn't raise the non-residents as much because they were raised in 2020 quite a bit.
Yeah, that's true.
Jeff, did you use a percentage approach for what you did, or I couldn't figure out how you came up with the numbers that you came up with?
It was roughly about 5%. I tried to keep it within 5%. Because I'm trying to go back and forth between what Rye and Nourishell is doing, so I'm trying to stay in the middle. So if I went like a full 5%, I was a little bit higher than Rye's. So I wanted to drop it down a little bit so I could stay in between, Rye and Nourishell.
New Rochelle's the lowest?
Nourishell is higher.
New Rochelle's high.
5% is for residents or non-residents?
Residents. Except on the smaller boats. Like those 13, 14, 15. Go ahead, Kelly, you have a question?
Oh, yeah. I have two questions, Jeff. Thank you for this. My first question is how our facilities compare with Rye and New Rochelle. I know we've just spent some money on dock, refurbishment.
We're getting our marina up to par along with those marinas. And
Okay.
Rochelle is a little bit different because that's like a full working boatyard where they do winter storage and hauling and all that kind of stuff. Rye does it too, but Rye's marina, you can't get out of there at low tide.
Okay.
You're actually getting a lot of people from Rye coming here because there's no water in Rye. At low tide, they can't use their boats.
Okay. I have a second question. I'm sorry. Which is, we are so far off on our non-resident fees, and we've gone, you're recommending that we go up by a little. I'm wondering if you're thinking, ahead, trying to come into a more competitive posture on non-resident fees over a 5-year plan, so that you're gonna, whether you plan to step it up.
Step it up every year a little bit. I didn't want to have like shell shock and do it all. So that was
Okay, thanks. Just wanted to know where this was headed.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Jeff, maybe I'm looking at this wrong. But the fee increases from 2021 to 2022 that you have here are way more than 5%.
So if we go like we're charging now, what's in red is what we're currently charging. So the $40 a foot, if we raise it to 50.
Okay, let's just go, all right, let's just go to 15 feet, right? You're now charging a resident $495?
Right, which comes out to be $33 a foot. So if we
Okay,
raise it to 45,
but then over on the right hand, it says $675.
right, so if we do if we raised it to 45, these are only proposed. We can lower it if you want,
But I'm just saying, that's not 5%.
That was,
That's way over 5%.
Following up what you're saying, Tom, I went through it. I couldn't, I'm not second guessing Jeff's suggestions, but I couldn't find a common denominator, even rounding off between on residents and non-residents, but just taking either category between what we have and what we're proposing. And I'm not against raising the rates. Don't misunderstand me. We need every penny we can get, but I take a look at it, from starting with your dinghies, through your through your through the ramp fees, which don't correspond to a percentage. And I'm curious when you say new service fees, labor to pump, we're hiring labor to pump out boats?
no, that's when we, like right now, if I have to send somebody down to either pump out a boat if it's sinking or something like that.
I got it.
we can't.
Is that part of the contract that you are putting in? That they are aware that they have to do that?
That's something that I want to add, that they have to pay for our services to go down there.
I understand, but are you putting that in the contract?
Well,
If it's not in the contract, we can't just go ahead and charge it.
that's why I want the board's approval. Right now, it's not in the code. So I want that added into the code, that we can do that.
The rates are part of the code, or I thought we just approved it.
I want that to be added in so that I can charge, because that's the problem now, is I can't charge for that because I don't think it's in the village code.
Unmute me. You're unmuted. Jeff, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I do, I see what you're saying. So this is, I did this two different ways. I think what I'd sent you was done a different way. This is what I would like to increase them to, just to try and get us up a little bit more competitive with the other marinas. Because I think you're right, I think the 5% wasn't enough, and that's why I did it like this. And that's the one that I had sent you.
What, Jeff, do you have a rough idea what percentage of the boats
26.
or the boat usage
Yeah.
on the floats is residents versus non-resident?
Yeah, hold on one second, I can get that for you. Just give me 1 second.
I did it with a calculator. You did by eye.
James.
It's on the non-resident increases that they're a lower percentage, it looks like.
It's closer to 5% on the non-residents.
Right.
Yeah, it's around 30% on the resident.
Yeah. But the greatest disparity, from what I'm hearing from Jeff, is on the non-residents.
Yes,
That's in
disparity between ours and other
in
municipalities.
neighboring communities like
Yes.
New Rochelle and Raleigh.
Yes.
That's what I'm hearing. You know,
Yes,
and why residents may be higher in the other communities. There's not as much of a disparity as I'm hearing.
I'm sorry, so right now, our non-resident percentage for the docks is 49%.
Okay, so it's roughly 50-50. Okay. What about for the ramp usage? Do you have that by chance?
Ramp, non-resident is 60%, and resident is 40 for ramp.
I just have a hard time raising residents that much in one fell swoop.
And we're still, if we raise them, you know, what I have here, it's still about half of what the other municipalities are charging
For residents?
for residents, yeah. It's like Ride for a 21-foot boat. Ride's getting $90, and New Rochelle is 101. And for a non-resident, Rye is 132, and New Rochelle is 142. Now, we can drop it down if you would just want to take like a, you know, I could do like another proposal, like, you know, an average, you know, 10% or something like that, and we could do it that way.
I think if we did 10% a year for a few years to catch up. But it's just, you know, and you know this, Jeff, that a lot of the families that have these boats, they're not taking vacations.
Right.
You know, this is their, they're sinking their money into the boat.
Right, that's true.
And as you know, boats are a hole in the water you throw money into.
That's true, yep. So, and then the other, so was the service fee that I want to charge for the labor, and then also there was another new fee for an extended stay. So we get a lot of people early in the season that want to come in like a week or two early, and then also stay a week or two later at the end of the year. And I would like to be able to charge them for that. So, you know, if they have a 22-foot boat, just take the price of the slip and prorate it, you know, down 2 weeks or however long they're going to stay and charge for that. Because like right now it's, you know, I have boats still here and I really can't charge them for it because it's not written, you know, again.
So Jeff, I understand that, but if they stay later or come earlier, what is the effect on you're running the floats? I mean, does that interfere with closing up or starting up or what?
It depends how many boats. If it's normally just the guys that fish a lot, which I can then move all them to like one dock out of the way where it's out of my way, and I can still close up the marina and do what I have to do. You know, and in the springtime, we usually get everything in pretty early because, you know, once the ice is out, then we start moving the docks back around. So it wouldn't interfere with me in the spring, you know, and I think in the fall I can work around it and just move them into, you know, onto like C dock or, you know, a different dock where I don't really do much too.
But when they sign up, there's a limit to, I mean, you say you gotta be out by date certain, right?
By November 1st, but you know, like this year there was a Blackfish tournament. So, and the way DEC set up the Blackfish season this year, it was later. So I let everybody stay an extra week to get into that tournament and fish that tournament. But now it's hard for me to get everybody out. Everybody wants to stay now another week, you know, and stay till this weekend. So, you know, and it really isn't bothering me because I have other stuff that I can do to get started. It would be nice if I could have charged them for it, you know, and
For sure.
brought in more money. So, because
So
I can work around the boats and move them around and do what I have to do to still get the marina closed up.
I think that, you know, your idea of, you know, if charging labor rate, you know, if you have to do something, it's fine, but it has to be in the contract.
Right.
It's sent out to them. If it's not in the contract, I don't think it's fair. Then, you know, I mean, that's part of the rules. I don't care how you do it, but you send out a contract that everybody has to sign or whatever.
Right. Yeah, we send out a little card. Yeah.
You know, but it has the rules and it has to have full disclosure and transparency is what I'm suggesting. We'll have numerous people calling the village manager's office as opposed to you and say, why did you do this? You know, I also think that for the residents, I'd rather try and keep a percentage of 5% or 7% across the board type thing. And my concern is I can't, when I go through it, the percentages go up and down all the way down, and I don't think that's, you know, I think you want to try and have a little bit more of a consistency so that people don't feel that they're being taken advantage of it for a certain size boat.
Kelly has a hand up.
Yeah, Jeff, I completely 100% support you in this labor effort, charge for labor, charge for the extended season. Absolutely. I sympathize with folks who don't want to increase on residents. So, I mean, I know Dan mentioned like a 5 or 7%. I would just suggest that in the interest of, you know, disclosure to folks who have boats, that you just spell out, we're trying to equalize and we're going to go up. I was thinking, you know, like 10% a year for the next 5 years. And maybe for non-residents, it's 20% a year for the next 5 years. I'm just throwing out numbers. I'm not suggesting that they should be higher or lower, but I would prefer that we put more of the shock on non-residents, but also tell everybody involved that, you know, our prices are just too low and that this is a long-term, you know, increase that they're going to see over year after year.
I mean,
You and I are
possibly
in sync, Kelly.
to piggyback what Kelly's saying and what Dan said, maybe go 10% on non-residents, 5% on our residents.
I know 2 years ago, there was a 15% increase on non-residents.
I know, and they came screaming, but
they're still underpaying.
Right.
they all said they were leaving.
Right. Then this year, can I do the 7% this year for the residents and I'll do 10 on non-residents? And then, like I said, I'll make up I'll put in the contract that the rates are going to be increasing, you know, roughly the same for the next 4 or 5 years.
I could live with that.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't, you know, tie yourself to increasing a 4 or 5 year plan, but just by way of giving them a heads up that we're not competitive and that we're going to get competitive over the long term. And the reason they're getting a smaller increase right now is because we're planning on increasing, you know, over several years running.
Several years. Okay, that's how I'll word it then. I'll word it over several years.
Is that okay for everybody?
I have one other question though. Do we have have we had vacancies on the docks this year?
We have like I said, the only slips that are really vacant are those 13 and 14 slips. They're on like the inside where I can't put a bigger boat in, so they wouldn't be able to get out at low tide.
On the other ones, do you have a waiting list?
Yeah, we have waiting lists for everything else, yeah.
About how many are on the waiting list for the docks, roughly? We
About
10 people, 40 people, 200 people?
30 to 40, I would say. A lot of that is S-Dock, because like I said, that's what those size boats everybody's buying are those, 26, 25-foot boats. But, I don't have 22-foot slips either, because those are all.
We don't have capacity to build docks to accommodate that?
No, I mean, I would have to probably do a whole study and everything that I don't, somebody was saying that Joe had started that to expand S-Dock, which maybe I can work with Dan on that, and that's going to be a chore though, I think, to expand that dock. But that's what we really need is to expand that dock, because that's the dock everybody wants to be on. And, I was thinking about trying to add fingers into the other docks, but that dock, it's a dock in the West Basin, it's partially in the channel already. So I can't even put a longer boat in there because it's just going to stick more out into the channel. So that's, I was looking into doing that, but that's as far as I got with that. I mean, I would have to push the dock in, but then I would lose part of B dock. So now I'm losing my dinghy spots for the people to get out to their moorings.
Who regulates the channel? The Army Corps?
The Army Corps, yeah. And the Coast Guard.
All right, so do you want to come back with us next week with a 10 and a 7?
Yeah, okay, we'll do that.
Does anybody else have any more questions for Jeff? Jeff, thank you for staying late tonight. I'm sorry we got to you so late.
That's all right, no problem. Thank you.
Have a good night. Be safe out there.
Oh, if you want, I can come down and take a look at, potential expansion, quick and dirty potential expansions to think about.
Okay.
Yeah, before he drops off, I just want to point out that during a raging storm, when the kayaker went missing, Jeff was out there in the storm trying to find the gentleman and putting his own life and limb at risk. And we thank you for that. And I'm sorry it ended in a tragedy, but thank you for all you did.
You're welcome. Thank you. Have a good night.
Have a good night. Okay, all right, let's get back to this. Okay, 1B. Enforcement of multiple dwelling law. Where were we with this? Somebody remember?
Yeah, we're waiting for backup from staff.
We not have time to get that yet?
Not yet.
No.
Yeah, we do have a recommendation, but we have not gotten to that yet.
Okay, all right. 1C, public policy, use of public funds on private property.
If you're going to
Village-
get to this, I need to drop off. I'm recused because I live on a private road.
Okay, Kelly, stay by the phone. I'll call you when we're done here.
Alrighty.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Spolzino, could you talk about what you prepared?
Yes, Mayor, we prepared a draft of a policy that's consistent with the research we've done regarding the use of public funds, private projects. And we included that research from Attorney General's opinions as the backup. As the board directed, we excluded public utilities from the policy. And I think we've addressed, I mean, it's up to the board, but I think we've addressed what the board was asking us to address.
Okay. I just want to reiterate, I don't know where this village has spent money on private streets. So, this is a fix without a problem, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I think, Bob, that you've captured what we talked about. And I'm happy to move the motion, but I would like to take out excluding public utilities. I don't know. I have a real concern about that. It has nothing to do with anything other than, how we move forward. I'm not talking about past approaches.
Okay, I want to advise the council. So can we go into, the executive session room, because I need an advice of council.
Can,
I'll see you all there.
can we use the link we used earlier? Will that still work?
Yes, I believe so. Would it, Augie?
I gotta set up.
Yeah, Augie will set up, yes.
Can I just put them?
Yeah, but you do what you gotta do first.
Bob, I'll send you the invite.
Sally, can you send it to me as well?
And Mark, yes, and
Thank
it's
you.
good till 8 o'clock, so.
Yeah.
Okay,
Same for me,
Yes,
Sally.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
thanks. Do we have,
Mike is on.
Mike is on. Okay, is Nora back? Okay, let's give Nora a minute.
Victor and Dan is back.
No, I'm waiting for Nora.
And you have to call Kelly?
No, Kelly isn't getting on yet. We're still in the item. All right, here comes Trustee Lucas. Hi, Nora.
Hi, sorry, I had trouble getting in.
No problem. Welcome back. Okay, Trustee Natchez has made a motion. Is there a second?
I guess I'll second it, but I don't know what it is.
You don't know what it is, but you're gonna second it?
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know what it is, so.
It's to remove excluding
Adopt the
utilities.
resolution excluding public utilities, taking those three words out. Taking Bob's draft.
And you're gonna second that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay. Augie, call a roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
She's not here.
Here.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
No.
Tefor,
No.
Mayor Murphy.
Absolutely not. Okay, now we have the item in front of us. The resolution, this is about a policy. Does anybody have any questions or concerns about the resolution that's in front of you? The original resolution. Does anybody want to move this to the regular Board of Trustees agenda? Okay. I'm not hearing anybody wants to move this to the regular Board of Trustees agenda. So there we go. I'm going to call Kelly and get Kelly back on. Then we're going to go to American Rescue Plans funds. Hi, please get back on. Let's break about 7:35 or so because we've all been here since 4 o'clock and it's going to be a long meeting. Let's try and get a couple more in.
Yeah, maybe 7:30. We haven't stopped in
You
3
want to stop at
hours.
7:30? All right, we'll stop at 7:30. I'm kind of hungry myself. I usually eat at 5, like an old man. Kelly, we are on the American Rescue Plans Fund.
Thank you.
Staff, is there anything more to report?
Mayor, at the last meeting, the board asked me to basically come up with a presentation for the trustees and the mayor's consideration regarding the use of these funds. I started talking to other managers and administrators, and it seems like quite a few municipalities are utilizing these funds for premium pay for essential workers. And I did get an inquiry from the union on Thursday. I haven't answered it yet, but I think I need to gather more facts before I present my my thoughts to the board.
Could you just, what are the other communities doing? Just give me a little outline.
I'll give you an example of one community very close to us. They're giving $2,000 to their employees. This time
What?
around, 2,000 and an additional 5 next time. Second disbursement. So in essence, they're rewarding their essential employees for coming to work every day and fighting through the pandemic. I have to do more research to see what others are doing or not doing. so that I can give the board a full understanding and scope of that issue. The other issues are pretty easy to come up with. What we talked about last time was a couple of grant opportunities for nonprofits, things of that nature. Obviously, the catch-all can be water and sewer or sewer infrastructure. For us, that's a big deal. But the premium pay kind of threw me off a little bit. So I need a little bit more time to take care of that.
Okay. Leave it on.
And we'd also talked about using some of it just to facilitate affordable housing.
Yeah, can I just ask?
That might have been the grants you were referring to.
Yes.
That's all things are like.
Okay, can you do me a favor, folks? And it's not really what you're doing, it's what's going on with me. Could you please speak up louder? Because I'm getting hearing aids, this is the end of the story, but I don't hear that well. So when you speak, just please speak up into the mic and louder.
Will it help if we mute ourselves when we're not speaking?
No, it's, no, I appreciate that, but I don't think so.
It's not us, it's him.
Yeah.
Yes, the problem is here, it's between my ears, which a lot of people have been telling me for a long time is where my problems reside.
Set yourself up for that.
Village attorney, full-time recruitment. Laura, did you get a chance to work
Yeah,
on
I've
this?
got several people are going to send proposals and they haven't done it yet. So hopefully we'll do it in 2 weeks and we should
All right,
probably.
so let's just, I'll
Yep.
put that on for the next one, all right?
Yep, thank you.
Filling vacancies. Bob, did we get a chance to,
Mayor, our recollection of this was the last meeting, the board tabled it for further discussion and didn't direct us to draft. I could be wrong, but that was our recollection.
I think it's the board's want to move ahead. I mean, obviously it's not mine, but it's the board's want to move ahead with the law doing this. So could we have it for 2 weeks?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Sure.
thank you.
The constant and intentional harassment of staff. I have not done a rework of, oh, I'm sorry, I skipped. My bad. Rental registration program. Are we
Mayor,
waiting
the
for more
only-
information? I think this is a good idea.
So I hate to even suggest it, but we may need a small little committee to help out with this.
Mhm.
There's going to be various interests that are going to be upset if they're not part of the process. This is one of those things that makes sense in our minds, but people will convince us that it's not a good idea.
Jerry, you've lived with this. You've done it in other communities. Could you just tell us the utility that you found of doing it?
So I created it in my former municipality as an elected official. And then, of course, I was the administrator, so I handled it. And what it did was, what it first did was identify a lot of problem areas, which were relief to the board there, because while they thought that there were some problems, they had no idea the extent of the problems. From there, it became a nuisance for landlords the first year. And then eventually everyone understood that it was important to do, even though they hemmed and hawed about the fee. It was something important. It's not very complicated. It's not very complicated.
Okay. And it worked out?
It continues to work out. With the same individual doing it for the last 9 years.
Who would you recommend would be stakeholders? What groups?
It would have to be representatives from some of the areas that have the most rental units. Would have to be someone from the chamber, because there are rental units above downtown businesses. Unlike Hamilton, they got rid of downtown, they got rid of residential units above the businesses. They made them all offices.
Okay, I think we need somebody from the CRC because they
Yeah.
will be concerned that we are targeting immigrant communities because that has happened in Westchester before.
Right.
I actually think it ties into the whole discussion of affordable housing too.
Yeah, we need to see what's actually going on in the community.
I'd like to get someone from police or fire to talk about the public safety piece of it, but I don't want to create, any discomfort among the committee members if there is like an officer there.
Maybe the fire inspector?
Maybe, yeah.
What do you think about that?
Good
Jerry?
choice. Yeah. Who's a career firefighter, so in White Plains, in a city, so I'm sure he's seen some things.
Yeah.
And it would be someone from the building department. I would prefer the building inspector. And
Say
no
that
one
again?
else. The building inspector.
In lieu of or in tandem with?
Tandem with.
Jared, do you want to put this committee together?
Yeah, I think I already did.
No. Yes.
So,
Well,
and it would
that
be,
saves me some work right there.
yeah, and there would be, have to be, Mayor, there would have to be someone from the board.
Okay. Thank
All
you.
right, I'll send the email out tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd be happy to be the board member.
Okay, thanks.
Well, we could talk about that when we do the organization.
Do we have to form an ad hoc committee?
It depends on what you want to do. I mean, I can form a staff committee as needed, but it would be up to the board. You guys decide that.
Let's just form a staff committee and get one less thing off our agenda.
Okay, fine.
So fire department's going by now. Constant and intentional harassment of staff. I had not had a chance to rework the resolution, so let's hold off on that. Westchester County project to resurface Mamaroneck Avenue. I noticed that we did some crosswalks down there this weekend, right?
Yeah.
Looks good.
Yeah, we took advantage of a slow Saturday sleepy morning, so,
Yeah. Well, the mayor was up.
yeah.
Anybody have any questions or concerns about where we are with this? Where are we with this?
I still am waiting for an answer on the question of the four-way stoplight.
Mhm.
Can we have Matt Comedy answer that question, please?
Yeah, but I've asked them to look at it. But I
Okay.
bring them back in.
Tell him to give us a very short, very sweet written opinion.
Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
so we can get this off the agenda and move on.
Okay.
Thank you. Vaccination policies for village staff and facilities.
I
Jerry?
can take this if you want, Jerry.
Ken wants to do this one.
So we had prepared a memo when this was asked to be put back on the agenda based on our conversation with Labor Council. In the interim, last Friday, OSHA published their guidance, which essentially said, I think by January 4th, every organization of 100 with 100 or more employees had a mandate for all employees to be vaccinated or subject to weekly testing. I think the implementation of that rule is on hold right now, pending a hearing with, I think it was the 9th, the 5th or the 9th Judicial Circuit. So I haven't not heard anything recent. I know that the federal government, I think, had until 5 p.m. today to get their response in. So we may have some more official guidance or information towards the end of this week, hopefully.
But it looks like if this goes, if the OSHA guidelines stick, we're required to implement a policy and a testing
Yep.
facility. So
Yeah.
I think we have to keep, and if we don't, we're subject to a hefty fine,
Yeah, I mean,
correct?
yes, that's correct, trustee Lucas. I think it was 13,653 for a single violation
Mhm.
and $136,532 for employers who willfully violate the standards. As I noted in the email that is accompanying this item on the agenda, I just had a chance to review the executive summary. I did not have the time to read and digest the 490 pages of the guidance.
Kelly, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I do. I have a question about the testing because it's very expensive in our backup materials, like $200 a test. And I know that some organizations have, and I think the federal government has passed on that cost to employees, that if they opt to be tested, it's on their time and on their dime. And I'm wondering, I would recommend that we do that too. This testing could be extraordinarily expensive if the village starts paying for it. So I think we should discuss that piece of it.
Is it a PCR test or is it a rapid test?
I don't know.
I don't know. And the backup material that we have, I know you can get, a CVS test for $10 or $12, that you do at home. But I don't know, does that pass muster for passing a test? And is it an honor system? And
I don't think it does.
I don't think it does either, which is, I think, why you have to go to a third party. So
Yeah.
that it's not an honor code thing. I mean,
But what is the insurance status of village employees with this?
that's a good question.
So right now, we allow our employees to take 4 hours off to go get their booster shot. That's in direct conflict with what Kelly was talking about just now, where an employee would have to do it on their own time and on their own dime.
No, I'm talking about testing on your own
Oh,
time and on your own dime.
Okay.
Because I know that the federal policy does allow time off to
Yeah.
go get, and the vaccine is free. So it's free time and free vaccine, as opposed to the test. If someone opts to test, then they pay.
Yeah, and as far as insurance, I believe trustee Natchez asked us to look into that a couple of months ago, and I responded back to the board at that time that the current information from New York State Health Insurance Program, which is our insurance provider, it provides coverage for the test.
So there might not be a cost to the village then. It might be part of the benefit of the insurance policy for employees.
Right. I just wouldn't, I don't think employees should be given time off to go get these tests.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
That's a conversation with the union, but if the federal law or executive order is clear,
Mhm.
then we won't have a problem. Either they get their vaccine and there is no weekly testing requirement, or whatever the guidance says, that's what we'll adhere to. That they have to produce their test results to us on a weekly basis on their own time, which of course wouldn't be a problem if they used medical insurance. That's fine. That's what medical insurance is for.
Jerry, do all the village employees, including union employees, know, like, are they aware that this is coming? Because there was like a December 5th deadline. It's coming soon.
They're not aware because it just happened last week and up until then. And then today, whatever court, or yesterday,
Yeah.
today, whatever court put a plug in it. So now it's all in limbo.
Yeah, it was a
There's
circuit court in Texas, I think.
Right.
But,
Well, Texas,
yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
So there's nothing yet. There's nothing yet, but it's still, 2 months away. The January 4th deadline, I think it's a January 4th deadline.
Yeah, there was something in our backup that said that needed to be done by December 5th. But
I think our backup is outdated already
okay.
because it changes frequently.
Yeah.
Do
They
do
have-
we have any information on percentages of our employees who are vaccinated?
No, I can, if I'm directed by the board, I can start to ask, and I can, if I'm directed by the board, start talking to the unions. But I wasn't going to initiate a conversation that could potentially open up negotiation sessions and
I think it
typical
would be
things that
prudent.
happen, that goes on.
I think it would be prudent to ask, and I think it would be prudent to let them know that this is coming.
Okay,
It basically says that everybody has to be fully vaccinated by January 4th. And if you're not vaccinated, you have to produce a verified test every week beginning December 5th. I assume it's December 4th, 2022 and December 5th, 2021, and not, 11 months later.
Yeah,
But it seems like people should be getting a heads up that this is a
I
requirement.
think it was a 30-day notice on the guidance. So the guidance was published on November 5th, which would, the 1 month is December 5th,
Okay,
and the 1 month after December 5th is January 5th. So
right, and that's when they have
that's
to
just
have
the
it back.
timing. It was a 60-day time.
But the testing clicks in before the vaccine. So it looks like the village would be required to know who's vaccinated by December 5th. That's going to be an obligation for the village.
Yeah, maybe just lift the text of that Nora's reading and send it to the employees, so they have a heads up, this is coming.
Sure. I can do that if the entire board agrees, no problem.
I agree.
Yeah, I
agree.
mean, I think everybody should get fair warning,
Yep.
Okay,
and that means us.
Yeah, it's about
I
protecting
think
us
we
all.
should give them the warning, but I also think we need to say that it's subject to whatever the court says.
Yeah, without doubt.
It also says.
You know,
people are gonna have to
they
wear
need to be on
masks.
notice and that it might be a short time fuse when it's decided.
Yep. Okay, any other questions about this topic? Okay, Jerry, you got?
I just hope we're not discussing it in a year.
Oh my
Yeah, you're right. Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah,
Well, if everybody gets vaccinated, we won't be. There's one other item that's on for tonight that Sally just texted me to remind me. It's item 2B. It's a purchase of a vehicle for Parks Department on for regular meeting. Replacement of truck 47, ahead of schedule replacement. Jerry, you want to talk about this?
Mayor, this truck can barely move a load of wood chips around. The frame is rusted, the bed has rusted. We're having issues with the brakes. It is a truck that's deteriorated significantly because of the conditions and where we are at the park. It is the only dump truck that the Parks Department has. It's a small dump. Its utility is used every single day. So it's time to replace it. It will literally rust and fall apart on the road one day.
So it's a safety hazard, would you say?
Pictures speak for themselves.
Yes, they do.
Very question. Would it make sense to get a bigger truck that also can be used by DPW,
No.
as a backup if it's
No.
needed?
DPW, Dan, has a lot of big trucks. And when I suggested, why don't we just take a truck from DPW, they said their trucks are too big. We need the smaller truck for the utility to get in and out of tight spots where we use this truck. I suggested the same thing because there's a lot of nice big trucks at DPW that aren't used every single day. And it just doesn't work for this application.
Yeah, as an aside, the bill that is pretty much complete on these trucks.
Dan, can you speak up louder, please?
Sure. The build out is pretty much done on these trucks at this point. So if we don't get the order in now, it's going to wait for at least another, 8 to 12 months just to place an order.
The thing with this truck is the size. So DPW has one truck this size and it's used by the Mason. It has a permanently mounted air compressor and a water tank. So we don't have a lot of these smaller trucks around the village.
Is this what they use to water the plants and all that? No, it's a different truck, right?
No, we have the tank for the pickup truck.
Right, okay, okay.
This is what we use to move all soil around that in tight spots and, you know, those kinds of things.
Okay.
Because we couldn't, this truck can get into Florence Park. We can't get big trucks in Florence Park. This is a truck that's perfectly suited for Florence Park and some of the other smaller parks, like
Yeah,
Warren
Stanley
Park
Avenue. There's a small
and
entrance
Stanley
there.
Avenue, yeah.
All right, anybody have any problem putting this on the regular meeting?
No, fine.
No, everybody's good? No, good, great. I'm trying, we got 5 minutes left. I'm trying to see if there's anything that's a 5-minute. How about the river gauges?
Yeah,
1M. Can we do that in 5 minutes? What do you think, guys?
yeah,
Why not get them?
yeah.
Oh, I think we need information on how much they cost and how much it costs to maintain them. And we haven't, we don't have any, you know, bids or any, I mean, we don't have anything on them.
Okay, can we instruct staff to look into what it costs to buy, where they would be placed, what it costs to maintain?
And I also think considering that, you know, we're working with the Army Corps, that asking them what they think, because I think, you know, they may recommend it as well.
Okay,
I mean, it would be beneficial for us to have them. It would also be beneficial for upstream communities to have them. It would benefit us if upstream communities had them too. But at least it may give us, or may give the Army Corps information that they need.
But there is a branch of the federal government that's now doing this, and we should coordinate with them to find out if they, because the Corps turned over all of their gauges to, I don't remember what the agency is. But it's in the backup here somewhere. But we should talk with them to see if they're willing to take it on, or if not, if we do, can we coordinate it with it? You know, and what the costs are.
okay.
But I understand there is a program that allows them to do this, so.
And I'll just add that, you know, Harrison might, you know, you never know, but they were talking about this as well to, you know, because they had some overflow. Our residents had noticed that the river was about to reach the shores, and Harrison residents didn't. So you've got some angry residents over there that might be pushing their government. Maybe, you never know.
Well, they are embarking on a flood mitigation committee in Harrison.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's USGS was the ones who have taken over this responsibility, and we should contact them and coordinate with them. They have funding to do these things. The Corps turned over all the gauges that they used to control to USGS. So we should talk to them as well, and that should be part of what staff should do.
Victor, you had your hand up.
My 2 cents are, this conversation has been going on for a long time, and it was also included in the county's plan. But if we wait for all this to happen,
Yeah, I agree.
it'll never happen. So I like the approach of having the village move on what would be on our end, try to then look at the funding via the county and coordinate, of course, because also this kind of structures or systems, without it being coordinated or being able to connect, don't make any sense. So it's going to be but it has to go from downstream up otherwise. So I think Jerry can start moving the needle up.
Right. So I think we need to look at it in 2 tracks. What would it cost us to do it on our own? How do we get moving? And if there is funding, you know, investigate that, but let's get moving one way or the other. If we have to do it, we have to do it.
So Mr. Sarnoff will contact USGS and see if there's an appropriateness with the county hazard mitigation plan. And I will contact the neighboring communities like Scarsdale and Harrison and talk to their peeps to see what they want to do.
Great.
Yeah, I think I actually have a meeting of the county hazard mitigation steering committee tomorrow. And then we can also
Okay.
speak with the consultant who's working on it for the county.
Yep,
And when you get the information, we'll put it back on the agenda.
yep.
7:30, we've had a long meeting. We started at around 4 o'clock. We're gonna take a break and we're gonna come back for the 8 o'clock meeting on time. And, everybody, hopefully we won't have that long of an agenda tonight, but whatever it is. I need a motion to close this public hearing,
So moved. The work session.
work session.
Yeah.
Nora, I think Nora said second, but her mic's off.
Second.
Dan said second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it.
Aye.
Have a good night. See you in a little while. Remember that? Or just, was it Carol Burnett?
Oh, really? I remember the shot. That was great.
It was a great shot.
I just saw that in the window and I had to wear it.
I know exactly the scene.
Nothing beats that. That was look,
Gone with the wind.
Gone
yeah.
with the wind.
All right, it's 8 o'clock. All right, am I on here?
You're out. I'm still waiting for Victor, Jerry.
We're waiting for a couple of more members here. Village manager. Dan Sonoff is on. Give Jerry a minute. Oh.
Jerry's on.
All right, Jerry's on. All right, good, great. Good evening, and welcome to the Village of Mamaroneck, November 8th, 2021, Board of Trustees meeting, the regular meeting. Please join me in the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of
States of America, and to the republic for which it stands,
one
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. Okay. Like a motion, please, to open this meeting.
So moved.
Second,
All in favor?
aye.
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 Right, the ayes have it. I need a motion to adopt the agenda.
So moved.
Second,
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Augie, please call.
Trustees Winstrup,
No,
trustee Natchez,
yes.
trustee Lucas,
Yes.
trustee Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
No. Okay, on to the agenda. Communication to the board, round one. And the ever popular Mr. Tippett.
Good evening, board members. I hope you enjoyed your vacation from the last meeting.
Tommy.
You spoke tonight. Number one, you were talking about the rates for the boats in the harbor. Do you have the actual cost of what it costs to run the marina broken out, including capital cost? Because I saw you going back and forth on the rates, but I don't remember anybody presenting what the exact breakout costs are for the marina. I think that would be the best place to start, considering that 50% of the boaters are non-residents. The other question I would have is, when you do the boat rates and you do a senior discount, are we giving a senior discount to non-residents? We talked about affordable housing. And, the village has to come to terms with what the definition of affordable housing is. Because from what I heard, here in Westchester, you have $127,000 is the means for a family of four, which at 80% means you're talking about $75,000 would be 80% if you're talking about affordable housing. Well, that's not very affordable for, many of the residents in certain areas of this village. And you really have to decide what your definition of affordable housing wants to be what kind of breakdown do you want? Do you want, would your goal be 20% of the residents, 30% of the residents to be, at an income level to feel that the village is more inclusive? That's something that you're going to have to address. As for the accessory homes, I don't think you can currently use basements the way they're configured because they probably would all violate fire code. You would need two ways of recess to get out with the fire department, and then I know that any basement windows have to be designed a certain way that people can actually get out of them. So that's probably not a solution. As for means testing would be extremely difficult because all that is a snapshot of where somebody else is in their life with a home. And you can build your accessory apartment now because you're making X amount. Well, in 5 years from now, you could be making 10 times that amount. And you can't go back and then tell them, well, now you got to take the accessory apartment off your building. So if you're going to do accessory apartments and such, I would look to do few things in the flood zone. Number one, you have to come to terms with what the setback is next to the river, affecting a lot of homes. Number two, you have to raise the height. If somebody's going to take their home and build it up out of the flood zone, you have to understand you're gonna be losing a basement and a first floor. Let them build it up higher, even if they have to build it 4 stories high, because you're losing the first 2 stories. Because the bottom line is, once they build that home, they're not going to be putting any additions on it. You can't put an addition on a home that's 15 feet in the air. So it's something you have to these are a couple of things that you absolutely have to address, and at this point you simply haven't addressed them. Thank you.
25 seconds.
Thank you, Glenn. Have a good evening. Mr. Quiros.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Good, thank you. We've been talking about getting a village attorney. And I know there's been a lot of discussion on it, and because I'm in the community a lot of people come up to me and ask me for an update on it in order to save on legal fees. What's the status of that, and what's the timing of this in order to get our own village attorney? Because the legal fees and the politics behind trying to force people, putting them on wait, it's not a good strategy. We really need a village attorney. So can you give us up to date on how and when this is going to start, so we can save on legal fees?
There was a discussion at the work session. First of all, just let me clarify, we have a village attorney. Mr. Spaldino is our village attorney. The question is whether to hire an attorney who works directly for the village as an employee. At the work session, we discussed it. Trustee Lucas is working on hiring a search firm. So that's where we are.
And the timing of this, and where are you in the search?
I just explained to you where we were in the search. We haven't started yet.
Starting, middle, has anybody been interviewed?
We are looking for a firm to do the search. That's where we are.
And that's the best you can give me, or give the people.
That's where we are. It isn't the best, it is where we are.
And how many firms have you interviewed?
Okay. Asked and answered, as they say. Thank you.
No, the last guy went on forever. Why can't you answer the question?
I answered the question. They're looking at firms. We haven't contacted anyone yet.
But you're not really, but that has been take too long and it's procrastinating.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Next item on the agenda is a public hearing. Public hearing on PLLH 2024 prohibiting cannabis dispensaries and consumption licenses in the village. This had been adjourned from the last those meeting. So I need a motion to reopen the hearing.
So moved.
Second,
Will you please call a roll?
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Is there anybody from the public who'd like to speak on this? I see Mr. Styler. Hello, Mr. Styler. David Styler?
He unmuted himself. He's just not coming down.
Mr. Styler? Can you hear me? All right, why don't we come back to Mr. Styler? Go to Jarrett Winchester.
Good evening.
Hi, Jarrett.
How you doing? I think the meeting we had a couple of weeks ago pretty much defined positions where people stand. I just wish that the board had taken the time as a whole, maybe to visit a dispensary or to find out really what goes on at these places. Because like I said before, the fact that we don't have a brick and mortar dispensary in the village of Romantic is not going to stop what is now a legal product here in the village. We go back to the days of prohibition. We know that didn't work. Now you can go to one of 80 establishments in this village to buy alcohol. And at no point do we look to shut those down or to talk about crime or police activity. And I think that this is getting a stigma, like because of the smell, because of the connotations of the communities that use this product. And I think that the board is really short-sighted here. I think if they had just took the time to really have done that part of the research, because there's going to be people who are against it. Okay, but if they've never actually used the product, which has medicinal value, it has medicinal value. Now we know that. So, I mean, we have dispensaries that are medical marijuana dispensaries. Now they've opened it up for recreation. And I just don't understand why the village always has to follow other towns. It's like we're if we're going to be progressive, then let's be progressive. We could find ways to find areas that this would be an okay option for us. This board has the ability to set limits. I don't understand why we think that this would be, I heard last month at the end that this would be near a school. I mean, of course, no one's ever would think about putting that near a school. And it's just, I think that we just have to really just take a step back and say, we can really zone this right and do this right and show people how it's done. I mean, that's all I got to say, because I think the people who are against it are never going to be for it. They don't know why they're against it, but they're just against it. And I mean, I've heard people talk about, right now, with all due respect, you can walk into any building in this village with cannabis in your bag, and it's 100% legal. You can walk down Mamaroneck Avenue and it's 100% legal. So all we're talking about is not having a space where you can buy it, when you can get it anywhere. You can trade it, just so you understand the law. You can trade it with somebody for no money, and you would not stop the use of it. So I don't want to keep beating this horse, but it makes no sense. And I'll end that there. And I hope you guys, at the end of this, do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jared. Next up is Stephanie.
Tom, before you go on, Glenn has been blocked from joining the meeting. He's been kicked off. I don't think that's what anybody intended, but
No,
can you,
not at all.
Augie, can you
Where-
check that?
Where is he?
He's not on because when he was removed, he's texted me that he was, it says blocked by host.
Tell him to try to get back in.
I already did, and he said that that's the message he comes back with.
All right, we'll work on it. Oh, you got that?
Yeah, I don't know how to, I didn't block them.
I don't block
There's
him.
no way to block anybody.
There's no way to block people.
I don't know. I have no idea. I just want to make sure we're open to everybody. That's all.
All right, tell him to keep trying. And then nobody blocked him. All right, let's go back to Mr. Styler again, see if we can get that working. Mr. Styler? David? David? Okay, all right, we'll go to Stephanie.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have written to the board twice about my concerns with having dispensaries in the village, and tonight I wanted to speak about it as well. Born and raised in the village for the last 43 years, it has changed dramatically, some for the good and some for the bad. If we allow this to pass, we are adding to the bad. Being an educator of middle school students, I'm very aware of the influence drugs have on teens. In addition, I understand the medicinal benefits of those who need it. I'm also aware of the social justice issues that have become pressing in the media and why some politicians feel a need to make this a primary concern. I also am aware of the tax benefits, which at this point are minimal compared to the money we have spent in lawyer fees and lawsuits because of mistakes the village has made in the past. My point here tonight is to inform the board that this will be yet another mistake if we don't give this thought and proper planning. These dispensaries will in the long run have a negative effect on the village as a whole. We are not a big city, we are a small village, and I see no harm in people traveling to larger cities like White Plains or Portchester to get what they desire. They will drive for their other needs, and this should be no different. It is bad enough we have a vape shop on the avenue with paraphernalia in the window that is inappropriate, and then I have to explain to my kids when we're in the park what the smell of marijuana is when they should be enjoying their playing time and being kids. I shouldn't have to avoid the back section of Florence Park because someone wants to smoke a joint. And I don't want my kids to see that, to be honest, not right at this age. There are things that are important in life and in the future of our village, and this is just not one of them right now. Like so many other small towns and villages, this should be a no. Move on to more important things. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, go to David Style one more time. And may I say something? I've been not good about this, but can folks please give their name and address when they address the board? If you could, please. Thank you. It just makes it easier for us to do the minutes. Mr. Styler, I'm going to try you again.
David, just mute yourself. I don't think his mic is working.
Mr. Styler, you're muted right now. Okay. Mr. Styler, can you hear me? Nothing. All right, go to Norman R. I think that's our old friend. Norman, can you give your name and address, please?
Yeah, Norman Rosenbaum, Carroll Avenue, Mamaroneck, New York.
Hey, Norman.
All right, how you doing, everybody? I would like to preface my comment first, because I did send a written version of it, that I'm fully aware that this entire discussion is based on existing law in New York State. It was passed, whether in favor of it or not. I would also note that, well, I'll just read the following.
Yeah.
I am strongly in fact, oh, by the way, what I wanted to say is that I am firmly in favor of medicinal marijuana and the uses, whether it be in a dispensary or through a hospital or a doctor. That's irrelevant to what I believe is the question before your board now. this is not this is recreational marijuana versus medical marijuana, a totally different question. And I am strongly and emphatically in support of prohibiting the cannabis dispensary and consumption licenses in the Village of Mamaroneck. I had previously communicated the same to your board to the enactment of the New York State legislation allowing such dispensaries. However, I would like to address the mayor's email commentary noted at the last meeting on a subject that I believe is misleading and negative to the health, safety, and welfare of the Village of Mamaroneck's residents, business, and visitors. The comment that dispensaries will, quote, dry up illegal markets defies credulity. History shows established dispensaries' cost basis of rent, insurance, and associated costs exceeds the lower costs of the illegal market dealers whose sales actually increase, which can easily be seen as established in the first state, in the state of Colorado. They're having a problem with that. The comparison to gambling and alcohol also defies scientific and psychological studies by experts in the field of addiction. Please note the following. Dr. Shelley Uram is a Harvard-trained, triple board certified psychiatrist and a distinguished fellow of the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. She speaks around the country about psychological trauma and how it often interferes with our ability to thrive in life. Quote, marijuana addiction, she addresses. Since marijuana is legal in some states and medical marijuana available in still more, many people may believe that the substance can't really be harmful. The National Institute on Drug Abuse reports that the less harmful teens perceive a drug to be, the more the use of that drug increases. The false sense of safety around marijuana is just that, false. There are many dangers related to marijuana use, especially for the developing teenage brain. And due to the popularity of vaping devices, teens have started vaping THC, the ingredient in marijuana that produces the high, with nearly 4% of all 12th graders saying they vape daily. According to the National Institute of Drug Abuse, the NDIA, marijuana is the most commonly used illicit drug in the United States. It's usually smoked in a pipe or a cigarette, and it can also be eaten. And what is the marijuana abuse? The mind-altering ingredient, marijuana, THC, and while concentrations of THC vary from source to source, the amount of marijuana has increased from an average of 4% in 1995 to 12% in 2014. Due to manipulating of plants while they are growing, this means marijuana is more powerful and more dangerous than ever before. As for other types of illicit drugs, marijuana can lead to addiction. According to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, about 1 in every marijuana users will become addicted. The difference between abuse and addiction is defined less by how often a person engages in an activity and more by how difficult it is for a person to cope without the activity or stop it for any length of time. The most pertinent point, however, is why would the Village of Mamaroneck not take advantage for the option to not allow such dispensaries? For were it not for the village, laws loses that option per the enacted law by any later date. This is exacerbated further by our surrounding communities passing their local laws, taking such an advantage, protecting their own communities. Do not give up the reasonable opportunity to observe what these proposed dispensaries will create where they are allowed. We are all sensitive to the latest flooding and damage. We do not need another type of flood becoming an attractive center for marijuana dispensaries. And that's the end of my comment, but I would like to take advantage and congratulate the board for the recent email that Tom sent out regarding, I know it's not the same subject, but the LMCTV. My suggestion as being involved before on that, since there is an established board of control, I believe it's very simple that a board of control, 2 votes belies 3 votes. And if in fact Larchmont wants to go ahead and get out of the meeting, that's up to them. But I would suggest the Board of Control holds a meeting and all funds that are available now, if not dispensed, if in 2021, at least 2022, be held in abeyance, not to be given out to the communities, but held for the use by Larchmont, by the cable TV company. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks.
Have a good night. No. I'll go to Mr. and Mrs. Abadi.
Hey, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, Jimmy, go ahead. Give your name and address if you can, Jimmy.
Yeah, sure. Jimmy Abadi, Washington Street. Laura obviously will like to speak after me. First, I'd like to say that, I was on the drug culture committee with Norman a few years back. And, I'm a recovered addict, as I spoke about before. Listen, we understand that the marijuana is legal now. Personally, as a recovered addict, I don't agree with it. Marijuana distorts your sense of time. It hurts your motor skills, makes driving more dangerous. There's a lot of things behind it. It doesn't mean everyone is going to be an addict that uses, but being a recovered addict, I just can't see it being legal, and I can't see us opting in to open a dispensary. For many reasons, but some of the reasons are that there's not enough laws set in place as of right now, period. It really isn't. I mean, the way they put this together, they just legalized marijuana. There's nothing behind it. I know now they're even saying that the police officers off duty are not allowed to smoke marijuana. That boggles my mind also. I mean, they could drink, but now they're not going to be able to smoke. And one of the reasons is that they can't be tested properly. That's another downfall of this whole situation. But once again, a recovered addict, I don't agree with any sale of anything like marijuana as of right now. There's really not enough research. And through my years of being in Alcoholics Anonymous and Narcotics Anonymous, I say at least 70% of the people that are in those rooms, their stories start out with alcohol and marijuana. And it's a known gateway drug, but not everyone becomes an addict. We know that. I just, listen, our village in Mamaroneck, I've been here my whole life, which is 62 years. And, I don't see why we need to have this in our village, friendly village in Mamaroneck. I just don't see it. Maybe opt in at another time after there's more research, and maybe when things are safer, then possibility arises, then maybe that might be a smarter choice. But as of right now, just my personal suggestion and opinion is that I don't think it's a good time to do this. I don't think there's enough research behind it. I pretty much think they legalized this and threw this out there, without really doing any research. It was all about money, and it wasn't a smart decision. I own a business in the Bronx, and almost everybody that comes through there all day long, all I do is smell marijuana. It's disgusting. People get out of their cars. We own a car wash. They get out of their cars. They're smoking joints. They're driving. Listen, I understand the dispensary is a different ball game, but why open it up in our village? That's all. I just wanted to share that, and I appreciate you guys listening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Can we have Laura next? We'll get.
Would it be okay if I let somebody else go and I'll raise my hand separately?
Fine.
Thank you.
Let's go to Shannon Purdy.
Unmute, here we are. Okay, I think I managed to master it this time. Good evening, everybody. My name is Shannon Purdy. While I personally reside in White Plains, I'm speaking on behalf of the local nonprofit One Mamaroneck, which addresses P.O. Box 151 in Mamaroneck, New York. We, as y'all know, our mission is centered on the safety and well-being of students and families in the MUFSD school district and the greater community. And it's really that kind of catch and phrase and the greater community that has drawn us into this dialogue at all. 1M, very intentionally supports and amplifies the voices of Black and Brown people in the village. Because there are often times where at policymaking tables, in decision making, these voices have not necessarily been heard and centered. And so, not only as we spoke about at the last Board of Trustees not only has New York State done an incredible thing by not just passing recreational marijuana as, a law, but also incorporated into this law the needed redressing of historic criminalization of low-level cannabis-related crimes that have successfully managed to incarcerate just millions of Black and Brown folks in our criminal justice system, while recognizing that a very significant majority of Americans are supportive of recreational legal marijuana. Lots and lots of folks today are using it with or without dispensaries, and that's their choice, obviously. New York State also saw to the forecasted the need to address the fact that this wasn't going to be just about letting the well-to-do enjoy the economic benefits of opening up legal, well-regulated dispensaries, but also making sure that those dispensaries will benefit the very historically marginalized communities that have suffered so long under unfair enforcement. Finally, what I'd like to emphasize is that a significant portion of the folks who have been criminally targeted are youth. And students, young people are absolutely at the heart of what we focus on at 1M. And dispensaries and students are, I can't imagine more of a separation. I'll just anecdotally talk about, recently there have been a lot of conversations on social media about what will happen when the children see the dispensaries. Well, guess what? I mean, the teenagers that want to smoke weed are smoking it. They don't need a car. They don't need anything other than a phone. And, the fact is, I'm not sure if there's anything that's going to logically, scientifically, or data-driven wise sway folks who are absolutely in the camp of being anti-cannabis. But what I can say is this: I think the Village of Mamaroneck has an opportunity to stand on the right side of justice and to stand in solidarity with people who have been objectified, have suffered, have been, criminalized for something that a large majority of folks enjoy legally or medicinally or whatever the case may be today. The black market on bathtub gin disappeared once Prohibition went away. I don't see any reason whatsoever for Mamaroneck to stall on this one. Make yourselves different from your neighboring municipalities, because we are different, and I think this is a really special place. So I would just beseech the board to consider things in a more sort of thoughtful context, and to be on the right side of history.
Thank you, Shannon. Let's try Mr. Styler again. Mr. Styler? Okay. Go to Bernie. Bernie, could you give your name and address?
I want to hear.
Can you hear me?
Oh. No.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Bernie Camarda, mute that. Bernie Camarda, 904 Ralph Avenue, Mamaroneck, New York. First off, I don't know why that last person was even talking, because she resides in White Plains. I don't even know why she's wasting everyone's time. Okay, she doesn't have any of the facts of who gets hurt and who's getting brown people and all this other stuff. This is the Village of Mamaroneck, okay, one of the most wealthiest towns in Westchester. Okay. So people are down and out, and because of and down and out and getting and whatever. I just lost my train of thought, but she shouldn't even be talking. She resides in White Plains. Second of all,
Just for a point of clarity, anyone can come to a public hearing and talk. There's no
Okay.
residency requirement.
okay, fine. Just to go on with this, I think this is a total waste of time, of your time, of Mamaroneck's time, of everyone's time. There's much, much bigger, huger problems that Mamaroneck has. And one is the flooding issues of Mamaroneck. And I don't know. I don't know if it seems like everyone's disconnected from this whole thing that just happened. This was a major disaster, and we're wasting time about a dispensary. I just don't get it from you guys. I don't get it. First and foremost should be the flooding problem and fixing this problem, and like getting Army Corps of Engineers. This should be the first topic you guys should be talking about, not this dispensary. This should be on the back burner because Mamaroneck has made a lot of mistakes. Okay. And it's just like when it's like, oh, let's let the Mason in, and there's consequences to letting these buildings in. And obviously this happened. You know, all of this land that was being developed and none of this water to go anywhere, there's consequences. And we've had the greatest flood that we've ever had before. You know, the last one in 07 was a 100-year flood. Now this is a 500-year flood. Okay, when is this going to stop? You guys are wasting time. You don't have any of the numbers, any of the facts. Okay, obviously you have no idea where you're going to put it. There's Mamaroneck Avenue School that's close, where it's probably going to put. You're going to probably put it down in the flats somewhere. Or in the village. I don't even know if you should even put it in the village. I mean, that would just make the village just a horrible place to go to if you had a dispensary in the village. And it brings in people who can buy marijuana and sell it to kids. I mean, it's just ridiculous. I don't know. You guys have this disconnect of what's going on, or what's happening in Mamaroneck. I really do. It's an irrelevant fact right now. We just went through a huge disaster where it affected 1/3 of all of Mamaroneck. And you guys are talking about this nonsense. And it's just appalling to me. And they came to the flood mitigation meeting. And you don't have to go to it. You just have to appear. The mayor of Mamaroneck didn't even get on the flood mitigation meeting. I mean, that's just a disgrace. I mean, there's just such a disconnect of you guys. It's not even funny.
I'm gonna correct you right there, because I have been doing almost nothing for working on flooding for months. And this law either has to be passed up or down before the end of the year. That's why we're doing it now. That's why it's on the agenda. And you might disagree with my position on that, but to say that myself and this board has not worked on flooding tirelessly is just not true.
But this should be an emergency. There should be emergency meetings.
It is.
There should be special meetings. It's
To
not.
say-
You guys
to
don't
say
even
we haven't
show
treated it as an
you don't
emergency
even
and as
show
our
up to
first-
nobody
it's
comes
just
and
wrong.
shows up to the flood mitigation meetings. Yeah, but you don't even show up to the flood mitigation meetings. You don't even show up. You're not even, there's like, to me, there's a disconnect here. You
I'm not the
know,
liaison to the flood mitigation committee at this point.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, maybe you don't get my
I know,
emails
show-
about it all the
show
time. but-
face to it. Show face to it.
Ah,
No, I get on your Facebook about nonsense. You put nonsense on Facebook.
You know, Bernie,
Yeah.
I'd say 3 times a week I post about flooding. So I don't know what you're watching or when you're watching it or how you're watching it, but that's just not true. You know, I don't mind you
Okay.
voicing your opinion. I don't mind you being against the dispensaries. I don't mind you disagreeing with me.
Okay, so what is,
But I do mind,
what is the plan?
when you're
What is,
factually inaccurate about what's been going on in this community. Because what it does is it lets people think that what's happening isn't happening. And I don't know what that agenda is. This isn't about flooding that we're talking about here. It's about dispensaries.
I know, but it's a waste of time. It's
Let
just
me
a
explain
waste
this
of
to you one
time.
more time, Bernie.
Yeah, you
If
have to
we
get it
do
done
not
before the
either
end of the
pass
year.
this law up or down, dispensaries are allowed in the Village of Mamaroneck on January 1st. Would you rather we did anything and that happened?
No, I
Okay,
don't want.
so that's why we
I
have to
don't
do this
want
right
it.
now.
Okay. So you're not talking about any flood on the agenda tonight, are you? There's not even an agenda plan on there.
Thank you. Okay, go to Mr. and Mrs. Abadi again.
Hear me?
Hello, Laura.
Hi, good evening. Laura Body, Washington Street.
Hi, Laura. Go ahead.
How is everyone?
Good, thank you.
Okay, now that we have to pass this by the end of the year, everybody knows what my stance is and where we rally and we think. We are not, I am not coming from a place where we do not understand what the use of drugs are, do not understand what the use of alcohol is or what the effects are. Drugs, alcohol, illness do not discriminate. I'm not into the whole discrimination situation where it comes down to boiling down to this law or having a dispensary, because I think that should be minused out and taken off the table. This is about opting out for just cause. A law was passed from way above our heads and dumped in everyone's lap, making it haphazard and lawless, basically. I feel we need to opt out, we need to go to the table, and we need to figure out how best to serve the community in a whole. By going back and forth and by trying to figure things out, the gist of this is people are walking around through the streets, smoking pot, rolling joints, getting high in public parks. It's everywhere, and it's everywhere it shouldn't be, and it's dangerous. It has to be corralled, and we have to go to the table as a community. No, we don't want it in the village because people are going to be outside dining and they don't want to be, annoyed by that smoke, or they don't want to sit in the park to read a book and somebody is smoking a joint next to them. There has to be laws in place for people to feel comfortable with the board saying yes or no. So these discussions, if we opt out and move it away and then come back and say, okay, now we have a field sobriety test in place, just like alcohol. That's why it's gone quiet in regard to alcohol, because there are DWI laws. There are laws and places that they can drink alcohol, in the perfect world. You're not supposed to drink alcohol in a public park. We can make revenue by sending our officers into those public parks and giving somebody an open container. We can go into our public parks and give somebody a violation for smoking cigarettes in a public park, and we can get revenue that way. But we're going to have to do the same thing with marijuana. But again, we're going to have to police those issues to bring the revenue in, to stop those situations, to protect the whole. So everybody is coming to the table saying how they are for it or how they're against it, but we can't be for or against until we have these items in place. So it would be, I believe, and I feel it would be much easier to opt out right now and then come back to the table when there are laws across the board and there are laws to test somebody in a field sobriety test for smoking and being intoxicated or being in the park. Because to tell you the truth, this weekend, I was in the park cleaning the parks this weekend, and not once, but 14 times I was in the park and somebody sat down, rolled a joint, smoked a joint, sold some pot. It was pretty disheartening as I'm sitting there raking, sweeping, bagging up items, and people are just,
You know what I mean?
hey, this is great. I could smoke pot wherever I want. I have no regard or concern. Little kids walking by, little kids playing ball. It's just not the forum for it. We don't have a plan. I am totally for medical marijuana, completely and utterly support that at the highest extent. But do you need a dispensary to disperse that? I mean, I might sound naive, but we have drugstores for that. I don't understand why that's not being filtered through a drugstore to support people for medical needs. And I don't really want my beautiful little village being known as, hey, what would you like to do this Sunday? Oh, let's go to Mamaroneck. They have a great dispensary, and then we could go sit down by the harbor. I think we have bigger fish to fry right now. We should put this to the burner. I would be greatly appreciative if everybody opted out tonight collectively for the good of everyone. And then come back to the table when laws are in place and sanctions are in place to be able to put a situation like this into the right spot and to where you're supposed to walk instead of letting raw.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
Go to TR. With TR. TR, please unmute yourself, state your name and where you live.
My name is Tim O'Connor. I live in Washingtonville. Yeah, I would just ask the board, just to piggyback off of what Laura just said. I'm, asking the board here, let's just opt out, period. This is a complete waste of time. We have other major issues in the village, as we all know, and flood mitigation is right up there with the ACE project. We should shift our gears and bring that project, those important projects, to the forefront. Dispensaries, we can put them at the bottom of the pile. There's no need here in the village for that. I have a few points I just wanted to bring to the board here. Cannabis is a drug and an addiction. We heard Norman tonight, threw a lot of facts out there. He did his research. He's the only guy from the village that came tonight prepared to discuss this. I hear a lot of other people, chiming in, discussing their points of view with their opinion. I'm just going to say, let's just reference Norm's clarity there in his information, and let's bring that into your decision. Which, by the way, did a great job. We're sending the wrong message to the under 21 crowd. Not good. It's a negative connotation here for the village as a family village. This is the friendly village, not the pot smoking village. Bringing city issues to the village while the village of Mamaroneck is a destination for all the wrong reasons. I walk constantly I walk every day through the village. All I smell is the reek of pot up and down Mamaroneck Avenue. Do we want people to come here just for the pot? I mean, we're a very unique village here. We have beautiful eateries, beautiful parks. It's a great village here. I don't want people thinking, hey, Tim, you live in Mamaroneck? How's the pot there? That's what I don't want. We're the friendly village. Let's keep the name in bold italics and keep that up front because that's important. And we're putting our village residents at risk for the tax revenue. And the other thing too is that we're setting up the failure for the village of Mamaroneck PD. The technology is not available at this time for DUI, right? And so that's the other reason you can't manage this stuff. I don't want to see pot in the beaches, in the parks. We're already seeing it and smelling all over Mamaroneck Avenue. It's a negative vibe. So I'm just going to end it there. I'm not going to rehash what everybody else said, but a lot of people talked about let's make history. Well, let's make a moral history here. Let's do the right thing. Let's make a moral judgment here, and let's lead from the front and not the back. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Proudian? Well, Maria, if you could state your name and where you live.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Maria Prudian, Frank Avenue, Mamaroneck, New York. How is everyone?
Very good. Yourself?
Pretty good. Just want to ask one question. You said that anyone could speak at a public hearing, so, but that's not the same for the petition, correct?
I don't understand.
Are you in receipt of a petition that I had sent over, Sally
Yes,
Roberts?
yes, and there were 300 something names?
Correct, but then I went through to see who was legitimately a resident, and it was like 140. So that's why I was just asking.
No, I mean, I saw that there are a lot of people who are residents, but you know, that's fine. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was a little perturbed by some of the people. I don't know how somebody in Indiana would sign it, but anyway. But so there was probably 140. Anyway, with that being said, it's still really not a fair representation, since many neighbors, particularly some elderly that I've run into over the past 2 weeks, and we've been chatting about this, have no idea, and they really don't have access to Facebook. They don't have emails, so I know that number would be higher. I've had conversations with the crossing guards at CVS and also on Harrison Avenue. They've been talking about it to some parents. Unfortunately, a lot of people that I know and have heard are opposed to it, just don't have the courage. I don't know why. They don't want to speak at the meeting. They don't want to sign the petition. I don't know what they're afraid of, but with that being said, we still had 140 people. And if I really probably hit the pavement, and a couple of my neighbors did, we would get that number up, but you get the point, I think.
Yes, I do.
Also, I'm not going to rehash what I said 2 weeks ago, but two things that I keep hearing, and one is the revenue, which I still, I know it's supposedly 1%, and I think the average dispensary generates anywhere from 500,000 to 3 million. Does that sound correct? Even if it was 3 million in our small little village, 1% would be $30,000. I don't know what anyone thinks that's going to do, but and the other comment everyone keeps making is, well, we have liquor stores and vape shops, and that doesn't make it right. I mean, drunk driving is responsible for about 1/3 of traffic fatalities. Marijuana impaired driving is a growing problem across America, especially as marijuana legalization increases. The rate of marijuana impaired traffic accidents also increases. It's just not something that a lot of parents I know. I'm speaking more as a parent. And I don't know what diversity and progressiveness has to do with this, but just to address someone who was talking earlier, I don't think that's the point of any of this. I didn't grow up around here. I grew up in Yonkers, New York. I'm from a big city. I saw what some change did to my city. I moved to this cute, cozy little village in town for a reason. It's diverse, which I did like, but I don't think we need to be progressive. And I don't think that's a reason to have the dispensary. I think there are more important reasons, particularly our children and their safety and the influence and the risk of car accidents and fatalities and crime. So that's pretty much all I have to say tonight.
Thank you. Go to Alex Raha. I mispronounced your name. I'm sorry.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Alex Raja. I'm on East Avenue, Larchmont. I just wanted to say that I think opening a recreational dispensary in Mamaroneck will greatly benefit our town. I think people will continue to smoke marijuana in our town regardless of if a dispensary is opened or not. And I fully believe that the revenue it would bring would greatly benefit our town. As the person before me mentioned, that would bring in around 3 million a year. And even if it's less than that, that's still money that we didn't have before. And that would have gone to, the black market or, sorry. And just building off of that, I would much rather support a local business rather than someone sketchy I'd meet on social media. Someone also mentioned that bringing a dispensary would allow kids and teens to smoke, but what's the difference between that and a liquor store? I mean, kids in Mamaroneck can so easily buy liquor and booze, but by regulating marijuana, it would actually be harder for them to obtain as the age is 21. And just to wrap that up, I have a question for you. There's been countless studies showing how beneficial this would be, and I firmly believe that it would benefit our town overall. So what research could you, or what more research could you possibly want?
Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay, we're gonna try David Stella one more time. Mr. Styler. All right, can't say we didn't try. All right, if you've talked already, you know, we're just gonna give everybody a shot, one shot. We're not gonna go back and forth. Alana? You got Alana?
Yeah, go ahead.
I got, you got it.
Okay, no. Hi,
Alana.
it's Alana. I'm in Mamaroneck. Now, just to clarify, I think that young man didn't understand the lady's point. $3 million of revenue does not come into Mamaroneck. She was saying that at the very most, a dispensary would make 3 million, which would bring 30,000 into Mamaroneck. So I just want to make sure that wasn't lost on anybody. Also, you know,
Just for clarification, it's
yeah.
1.5 and not 1. So it's 45,000.
Okay, but you know what? Come on, it's like, is that going to fix flooding? No, it's not. I understand.
That's not, but that's not the purpose of it.
You
But
know,
go ahead.
and there's also, you know, there's just a risk that, you know, when the kids were little, they would go to elementary school and another kid would buy the candy at CVS and come and double the price and sell the candy at CVS. Well, it's the same sort of idea. You're going to have somebody 21 or older go to a dispensary, buy the cannabis, and then double the price and sell it to the kids in the school. So I just think you need to be really, really careful that this is just going to, you know, make it so much easier to get. And I'm just obviously not for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. Maria. Yeah, Maria. Yep. Hello, Maria, unmute yourself, please.
Hi,
Please give
Mayor.
your
Hello,
name
hi,
and
can you
address.
hear me?
Yes.
Hi. To me, it doesn't matter whether it happens or not. I just feel I should speak because there's some of the points that are being brought up about, you know, people buying marijuana from a dispensary and then walking down the street and smoking it. These places are governed and they're regulated, and if America needs to put a law into effect that you can't smoke at Harbor Island, then you can't smoke at Harbor Island, and that needs to be enforced, whether it's marijuana, cigarettes, whatever. Cigarettes are legal. I can't walk into an elevator and smoke a cigarette. I can't stand outside White Plains Hospital and smoke a cigarette. It's not allowed. It's a matter of enforcement. And if that's the problem, then marijuana should be regulated like that. Obviously, it's here. It's in the village. Kids are getting it now, and they're getting it illegally. And they're not paying the prices that they're going to pay. If someone walks into a dispensary and pays top dollar for it legally, they're going to have to turn around and sell it to make a profit. What these kids are getting is the illegal stuff, and that's laced with all kinds of things, and that's what's killing our kids. A regulated dispensary is for adults. These are nondescript buildings. They don't have neon marijuana leaves at the top of them. They're nondescript. There's a strict entrance policy. There's a strict amount that's allowed to be sold to one individual. There's a strict policy in some of these places where you're not even allowed to open your bag and look inside to see what it is. You have to leave the premises, get in your car and go home. If our neighboring towns are going to be having dispensaries, it's not going to solve the problem of people driving while under the influence. Our 21-year-olds and up are going to drive to New Rochelle, and then they're going to drive back to Mamaroneck, and they're still going to be under the influence if that's what they choose to do by smoking in their car. That's not going to stop it. So I think if this board could put some laws and common sense laws into effect, it'll be fine. I mean, perfect example, and not to call out a business because it's a great business, I shop there, but South Shore Liquor is literally across the street from Bellows. I don't see the kids at Bellows hanging out there. I don't see the high school kids walking in there and then walking around the corner and giving it to the kids at Bellows. I don't see the kids at Bellows going to school drunk because there's a liquor store next door. This is a perfect time, if a building goes into the village, for parents to have a conversation with their children and say, you know what, this is what this is. It's not for you. When you're older, when you're more responsible, it's something that, you know, is there, but you're a child and you're not 21 and you can't go in, just like you would do with a liquor store or anything else. And, that's just my feelings about it.
Thank you, Maria. Do Andreas Garcia.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Andres Garcia. I'm a Marinick in Halsted Avenue. I grew up here, my whole life through the whole school curriculum. I am very much in favor of it. And like what has been previously mentioned, it is here. It is going to be a thing that's in our town. And from my time in Rhinebeck, I went to the Rhinebeck School District to clarify that. I did see it very legally from a whole time there. Like, it's going to happen, and I would rather have it be more regulated. And like the lady before me mentioned, it would make it, less likely for it to be laced and of other things too. We could have it more so like just have it a nice open free market of that, nice and regulated, instead of having it on the black market. That's pretty much all I'm going to say about that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. David Styler has allegedly walked across the street to Alana's house, and let's just let him talk from there. So go back to Alana. And I'm only hitting Alana again because there's a different human being on.
Thank you. Can you hear me, everyone?
Yes, finally.
Oh, great. I ran across the street to Alana's house. I'm really sorry for all the problems here. So I wanted to call up to say a couple of things. First, I think that for right now, we should opt out. And here's why. First reason concerns the, as probably some of you know, the Federal Safe Banking Act, which was introduced in the US Senate in March. As you might know, is already approved in the House of Representatives. But the Senate will probably take it up in 2022. They're really slow on doing it. And I think it has a decent chance of passing. Now, if it does pass, the US banking system will be free to loan money to cannabis entrepreneurs, and passage would allow customers to use credit cards, so it's not a purely cash business. Side benefit is employees would also be able to get paid in other than cash, which would be nice. Now, the reason I'm saying that is one objection was probably might have been from the police, and I think it's legitimate that if the police are worried about robberies, which have occurred in other states, a non-cash business would take away a lot of that concern. Also, I think that the passage of the bill would kind of level the playing field for people who can't pony up the money right now. And it would not be such a major issue for marginalized groups not having entrepreneurial opportunities. And I think people have been talking about that too. Also, I found out that Greg Cutler, who used to be with us, he's now a village planner in Scarsdale. He mapped out where dispensaries could be placed in his community according to the law. And I don't know if you've talked about it, but it's 500 feet from a school and 200 feet from a house of worship. And so, if we say no now, the village would have to find time to perform the same study, find out the most appropriate locations. So overall, I think we should vote no and wait to see how it goes, in neighboring communities, and also what happens in the US Senate. And, we could revisit it. I don't see the rush on it. So thanks a lot. I'm really sorry that I took up your time in the beginning.
No problem. Glad it worked out for you.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Bye.
Good evening. All right. Anybody on the board want to say anything? Natchez?
Yeah, I want to say, first, I want to make sure that I put again in the record that everybody who is sending emails and communications to the board, should be included in the public record here for the for this hearing. And I know staff is working very hard to do that. I also want to thank everybody who has spoken. And I understand that passions are running, pretty high on all sides. One of the things that disturbs me is there's a lot of misinformation that's going around and there's more emotion. But I commend this board for having done its homework. I know I've spent a lot of time going through this and researching the various aspects of it. Our police department has provided a very thoughtful and meaningful, comprehensive presentation expressing their serious concerns. There are many unresolved issues regarding the new law recently passed by New York State. That's not limited to just the significant community character and quality of life issues, but there's traffic, there's parking, there's the safe operation of motor vehicles, zoning, planning, all these financial revenue issues. There are significant amounts of things that have not gelled because we don't know enough. The guidelines from New York State have not been completed, which can have a significant impact on this community. And if we don't opt out now, we can never opt out. So my view is that we need to opt out now and look, take a big deep breath and look at all of the various issues and implications. This village has suffered many times for taking a stance and passing a law and then said, well, we'll change it later. We don't, and that gets us into more and more trouble. I think that a cautious approach is prudent at this time. And I urge my colleagues to vote to opt out.
Anybody else on board?
Tom, I do have some comments, but I don't know whether they're more appropriate now or after the close of the public hearing.
You can do them now.
Okay. I'm going to surprise some people with this, and I'm going to vote that we do opt out to not allow cannabis lounges or dispensaries in the village of Mamaroneck at this time. And I actually agree with Jarrett Winchester. I agree with Laura Abadi. I think, I agree with them both. And so I just want to kind of explain my thinking on this. Unfortunately, this board did not bifurcate the issue of cannabis lounges and cannabis dispensaries. And as a result, our public hearings weren't as focused as they could have been. I think that was a shame. And I don't think the public was well served by our confusion on this. I've tried to suss out the public objection to dispensaries, which sell products for consumption elsewhere, and public objection to cannabis lounges that would allow cannabis use on their premises, bars for cannabis, if you will. Because we didn't bifurcate the issue, comment was generally not focused on one or the other. Further, this board didn't begin the discussion of where cannabis dispensaries could be located in the village. Fear that we would allow dispensaries at the Ralph's site was caused by an unfounded rumor, and that was a real shame. I wish we had spent time discussing the time and place regulations and held a more meaningful and educated discussion. I think we could have done so. I miss Greg Cutler all the time, and the fact that he was able to put together something for, his board in Scarsdale, we could have had that here. Much of the discussion on dispensaries has centered on public consumption and use in parks, near schools, or in other public places. This is an area that we could legislate, and I hope we do. These concerns sometimes have more to do with whether cannabis should be legal at all. That horse has left the barn. Even by banning dispensaries, cannabis will be legally used within the village of Mamaroneck. It is state law. The question is whether this village wants to ban the sale of cannabis within our village borders. Early in our discussions of this issue, I compared banning dispensaries to creating a dry village. I've seen dry counties which don't allow sales of alcohol, and they have plenty of underground alcohol use. Studies that I found show that drunk driving is higher in dry districts and that consumption is higher. So let's not confuse use of cannabis with access to cannabis. Given the confusion and misinformation that has surrounded this whole discussion, I believe that this issue should be decided by popular referendum, a ballot question. Next year, when voter turnout will be greater than this year, the off year, I hope we can put this issue on the ballot for our residents to decide. We already have at least one question on the ballot planned for November. The residents feel strongly about this issue on both sides. I think with time for wise debate and thoughtful discussion, this issue should be on the ballot in a meaningful way. That question should contain time and place restrictions on cannabis dispensaries and use, and it could absolutely forbid cannabis lounges in the village of Mamaroneck, something we all agree upon. For these reasons, I plan to vote that we opt out, but I hope this isn't the end of our discussion. I hope we discuss banning lounges and limiting the places and times that cannabis can be sold and used. And let's ask the residents to consider a thoughtful approach and vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on the board?
Yeah, I do. Thanks, Tom. You know, I think the conversation that is really about opting out now, because if we don't opt out now, we don't know what we're agreeing to. I'm very mindful that people are frustrated about the flood and frustrated that we haven't discussed it more, although many of us were on a call with the Army Corps. That plan is moving forward. We also haven't gotten to discussing smoking marijuana in parks, and that's on our agenda, and it's been on the agenda for several months. We haven't gotten to it. But we are under a time frame of opting out. If we're going to opt out, we have to do it by December 31st. We can opt in at any time. And you know, the reason it's really, for me, it's just like a standing issue. We don't know what the parameters are of the state allowing, what the rules are going to be for dispensaries or for lounges. We just don't know. All we know is they can't be within 500 feet of a school as defined by New York State education law, which is a public school, not a private school, and within 200 feet of a religious organization. I have asked for the kind of documentation that Greg Cutler provided in Scarsdale. I wanted to have that conversation, but we didn't have that conversation. And we need to discuss where they can be. Many people wrote in, we got over 100 comments. Many people wrote in and wanted it to be in the industrial area. Well, we're not zoned for retail in the industrial area, so it can't go there. So we have a lot of work to do. And that work can begin when we have an understanding of what the rules are. The boards are being populated by the governor. We need to know what the rules are, and we need to figure out where, if we're going to allow this, where it should be in the village, and it should be done by a referendum. I think that this is probably the most comments we've had since I've been on the board. The most, it's more people have commented about this than anything else. And I think I'm very happy that so many people have commented, written in, or are participating even just by being on the call. I assume many more people at home are watching, but this is something that we have to do quickly, and then we can be mindful about discussing allowing this in the future if we decide to do it. But we're under a time crunch now, and for that reason, I'm absolutely voting that we should opt out and take our time and figure out what this actually involves for the village. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Kelly. I would have voted to opt out of lounges. I think voting to opt out of dispensaries is short-sighted. You know, we had options in front of us. We could have made this the subject of a special use permit in the commercial zone, or we could have limited it to just the manufacturing zone. So to say that we didn't have any options in our own tool bag is, you know, not really the case. I think that we should have allowed dispensaries. I think for medicinal purposes and for recreational purposes. You know, I had a long history with drugs and alcohol, and if you're allowing liquor stores and you're selling Jack Daniels, I can't see how you can, you know, keep people from smoking marijuana. It just makes no sense to me. And but that's, you know, my own personal experiences in life. You know, I've sent out a lengthy email explaining my position, so I'm not going to go into it any further. So I would hope that we have a motion to close this and we can move on.
So move.
I'll make a last comment before I
Oh,
second
sorry
the
about
motion.
that.
Before I second the motion to close, I'll just say, here's one where I really sat back and listened. The residents, and I had the feeling it was going to come more or less the way it's come. And listening to not just both sides, but all voices, I think the best course is to just take the pause and then and that is not the end of the conversation. It will come back again. So with that, I think we're ready to close. I second the closing of the public hearing.
We call a motion on closing.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
trustee Natchez,
Yes.
trustee Lucas,
Yes.
trustee Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. One of you needs to make a motion.
I'd like to make the motion that is presented, that was drafted by our attorney. I'm happy to read it.
You don't have to read it, it's in the record.
Okay, I so move. It ends with now therefore be resolved that the proposed local law H of 2021 is adopted.
I'll second that.
Augustino, call the roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Complicated, yes, but it's a yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yeah, and I just want to say, we don't have the option to regulate any medical dispensaries. That's completely state. We're not voting on medical dispensaries. And while I really, I believe we will get the zoning right when we discuss this part of it, we haven't been able to even just have the discussion about smoking in the parks. And that's why I think we were late to start this, and we weren't realistically, we wouldn't have gotten the zoning done. So I am voting yes. And as Victor said, the conversation will keep going.
trustee Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
No. Okay, passes 4-1. All right, next item on the agenda is order to bills. All right, let me grab this stuff right here. Give me 1 second to get back in order here. Resolution request for additional funding for Storm Ida budget expenses. This is taking $1 million out of general fund and putting it to Ida recovery for overtime vehicles. We lost a lot of vehicles, equipment, and contract services. Jerry, would I be right in saying that we're very hopeful of recovering this money from our friends in the federal government?
Yes, very hopeful. Our kickoff meeting is November 23rd, and staff has 60 days from November 23rd to complete the preliminary report with FEMA.
Thank you.
And then from there, they'll take their sweet time and get us the money.
Jerry, with this resolution, what's the total that we've allocated now for Ida?
This will be 3 million. I'll probably need for reconstruction another $500,000 to 750,000 for the buildings and the work that has to be done.
So just shy of 5 million is what you're saying it's going to be.
Four, trying to keep it under 4, trying to.
Okay. I need a motion.
So move.
Second. Call roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tofor. Trustee
Yes.
Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Resolution of audited vouchers, $2,719,659.54. Questions or concerns?
I only have one comment, which goes from page 1, 2, and others. We have, what we have is expenses, and it says, regarding escrow accounts, but it's not mentioning what the actual, well, I guess it is. I apologize. It does say what it is.
Okay,
I apologize.
never mind. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second,
Augie, please.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Abstract of manual vouchers, $12,410.15. Questions or concerns? Mostly water charges. Okay, I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Augie, please.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
yes,
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Alrighty. Next up is 4A, acceptance of New York State funds on funds to environmental trust. Somebody from village manager want to explain this quickly? This is the grants that we got that the Committee for the Environment applied for, is that correct?
What's the title of 4A? 4A is a change order for paving.
What?
We skipped.
My 4A is change order for paving.
Oh, bro, I'm sorry.
yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, you know what? My pages are out of order. No, they're not my fault. I almost blame somebody else for my own mistake, but it's my fault. Okay, while I have you on the line, Jerry, tell me about the change order for paving.
So we're doing a small paving project with most of the streets. In fact, there's some of the streets that are impacted by Con Ed's gas line replacement, gas main replacement. And so in addition to the paving, which we're working through PAB, a New Rochelle contractor, it's also Con Ed's contractor, we need to put in 3 traffic detector loops. And so this change order would add 16,800 to the approximately 230,000 that the board already approved.
So we're
prior.
only at 16,800.
Yeah, we got to get the traffic loops done, hopefully at the same time or shortly after the Palmer Avenue, Mount Pleasant and Maple section is completed.
Jerry, can you explain to everybody what traffic loops, detector loops are, rather?
Yeah, so when you pull up to a traffic light, the weight of the vehicle and the sensors in a traffic loop indicate that someone's actually sitting there waiting for the light to change. And so these are cut into the pavement after the fact, after the paving is done, and then they're sealed in.
Okay. So I do have one question. The street like Library Lane, which has been messed up dramatically by the different developments, why are they not paving or been required to pave or required to contribute to the paving?
They are required to pave. And so they're going to pave it. We're not paving all of Library Lane. They're paving most of it. We're just adding a small section to it, closer to the post road.
Delighted to hear that.
And what we're trying to do is we're trying to loop together a bunch of paving items so that they can come through with their crew and run through the village and get a lot done in one day.
Okay, thank you.
So we're just basically taking the opportunity to fill in where other projects are
Yeah.
happening. We're-
Yeah, so we don't have streets that are half paved or 3/4 paved. Yeah.
This is just a completely separate question, but we had talked about doing a paving survey, so we were going to have like a paving schedule. And that was before the pandemic, but are we still going to do that?
We talked about it when Tony was still working. He said that he would do it. And so we haven't moved on since then because of the issues at Public Works with all the equipment and the staff.
Okay. Okay, so we still want to try and do it in-house. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, need a motion?
So moved.
Second,
Rory, please.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Resolution accepting funds from New York State Environmental Trust Fund.
Mhm.
I think I covered this before, right?
Mhm.
This
Yeah.
is the application that the environmental committee put in.
That's right.
I see Mr. Tippett has his hand up. Let's go to Mr. Tippett. Hey, Glenn.
Yeah, I went to my other email account.
Okay.
The first one, for whatever reason, is blocked. I just had a question on the paving. Is the 16,000 being paid by chips, or is the entire 230,000 being paid by chips?
We're going to submit the 247,000.
And that's
for
all going to
CHIPS
be
reimbursement. Yeah, we're going to submit that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. Need a motion?
So move.
Second.
Call roll.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes, thank you, and
Natchez?
congratulations, Environment Committee.
Trustee Natchez,
Yes.
Trustee Lucas,
Yes, thank you.
Trustee Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
As Kelly was beginning to say there, the Committee for the Environment has won this for us, and they have won another one, which we will be accepting at another time. So I want to thank them for their hard work, and I vote yes. The next item on the agenda is accepting bench donation from the Southeast Consortium.
I think,
The price of benches is going up, isn't it, Jerry?
isn't we acceptance to the bench next?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
In memory of Douglas Campbell.
Yeah, but it used to be about 1,800, didn't it? Is the cost of materials going up?
Yeah, and shipping.
And shipping, yeah, okay, makes sense. This is very nice of the Southeast Consortium. Somebody have any questions or concerns? Okay. Need a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Please call.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
Tefor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Thank you, Southeast Consortium. Hearing Alarm Review Board for appeal for excusal of false alarm charges. Now, this alarm was going off for a while.
Yeah, this alarm was going off for 16 months without being repaired. 16 months. I've got a problem with this.
Yeah, I do too, actually.
I mean,
Yeah.
I can see if it goes off, 3 times in a month and you couldn't get the repair guy out, but this 16 months.
How did this get on the agenda? That's my question.
Because we are the appeal board.
Oh, so it doesn't go to work session first?
No, they made an appeal.
Ah, okay,
I
thank you.
guess it has to be voted on up and down.
So,
We
Mayor,
sent them an invoice. They're appealing the invoice.
They're appealing the invoice, yeah.
yeah, the code says upon receipt of a timely appeal, the alarm review board shall notify the appellant and the licensee agency the date and time when the hearing will be held. I don't know if that's been done here.
So maybe we need to personally invite them to another meeting.
That's fine with me.
Well, we told them it was going to be held tonight.
Well, we said that they were informed.
They were informed via email that it's going to be on tonight's agenda. If you want, we could set up another meeting for it.
No, I think we gave them a shot. Bob, do we have the ability to lower the fine?
I'm reviewing the law now. Yes, you can modify in the interest of justice.
or if you find that yes, you can affirm or reverse or modify.
Anybody have any interest in modifying?
I mean, I could see taking off one of the two activations from March 6th of 2021.
What does that get us down to?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. What 750 divided by 8 is the per activation, it would seem.
Okay, hold on.
I'm not sure, Kelly, why you would do the March 21. I could see,
I was saying there were two activations on the 6th, the March 6th, 2021.
The first,
It's almost $100. It's $93.
but if you take a look at the first sheet, which is a backup, it says 1223. Then it goes to 12, 222, 24, 25, 36, 36, 311, 313.
Yes.
I can see taking off one activation, which would be the first one. But I don't, and that would be generous.
Well,
But
so I think we're in agreement, take off one. It doesn't matter which one, but take
well,
off.
I would specify the first one. Because
Instead of taking off, let's just get down to a number.
Yep.
What numbers, Paolo?
I don't know, there's a progressive charge, so I don't know what the charge is for the first.
Bob said we could modify. This is
Yeah,
done in
so-
courts all the time.
so the first three are free, and then anything after that's $250 each.
Oh, okay, so it's $250
Well,
a pop.
if the first
I'm sorry.
first three are free,
50.
then I'm not for taking any off.
Sorry, 150. I'm sorry. I did it too quickly. It's 150. So it's the first three are free, and then after that's 150 per false alarm.
Yeah, but
Okay, so there was
seems to me
7
that
false
they
alarms.
they had 3 approaches that they could have done something. They
Yeah, you
didn't do
get
it,
the first three excused. Yeah.
so I move to deny the appeal.
Anybody else want to talk about this?
It went on from December 2020 to March 2021. It wasn't 16 months. I'm not, unless I'm.
Oh, you're right, Nora. How did I get 16 months there?
I would be good with 500. Because it's, it's.
Oh, Nora, I'm sorry. The reason I got that is because the documents show that it wasn't repaired until August of 2021.
Right. But they, for whatever
Right.
reason, they.
They probably deactivated it.
Right.
Right.
No, I could see reducing it by some amount. What were you suggesting, Tom? 250? Take
500. Take
Oh,
250 off.
So to reduce it to 500? That seems fair.
And then I think we just in the future, if this happens again, we just need a better explanation of what actually happened.
From the appellant.
And
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate even appealable. I hate that.
Yeah, I do too.
And information was requested on several occasions. So.
Okay, thank you, Dan.
Okay, I make a motion that we reduce the total fine to $500.
Okay, I'll second that.
Augie, call, please.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
trustee Natchez,
No,
trustee Lucas,
Yes.
trustee Tofor,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Yes, and Jerry, let them know not to confuse kindness with weakness.
If you want me to convey that, sure.
My office handles this.
Resolution authorizing the purchase of one 2022 Ford F-50 regular cab with a dump body. It's a dump truck. We
Yeah.
talked about this in work session. Anybody have any questions or concerns?
Now, the pictures were quite dramatic.
Yeah, the truck is rusting out. Glenn again has his hand up. What's up, Glenn?
Glenn, speak.
Yeah, you gotta unmute me. Am I
You're
unmuted?
unmuted.
You're unmuted.
We can hear you.
You're
You
unmuted.
weren't muted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanted to know, is this a replacement that would fall under, Ida, or is this just a replacement from age?
It's given us all it can give us. It's done.
Okay, thank you.
It's bereft of life, gone to the great beyond. Thank you. Next up, well, no, there was still on this. I need a motion.
So moved. I'll second.
Took it out.
Okay, we're gonna say Kelly moved, Nora second. Thank you both. Call the roll, please.
Trustees Winstrup,
Yes.
Natchez,
Yes.
Lucas,
Yes.
the four,
Yes.
Mayor Murphy.
Aye. Next up, communication to the board. Seeing none, okay, go ahead, Glenn.
Yeah, a couple of things. When you start to look to put in laws with the smoking of marijuana in the village, please be careful that it doesn't end up becoming nothing but Terry stops for the local police. You can't just start harassing people because they choose to smoke marijuana. And just to let you know, 45 years ago, back when I was in high school, people used to buy a grassy substance in a plastic bag for medicinal purposes, and it was completely illegal. It's still illegal, the plastic bag, not the grassy substance. So that's kind of how times have changed there. The other thing, have we actually received the funding that we put in for last year's storm from FEMA yet? Or have we received any money from the pandemic yet? And what date do we need to put in for what we're claiming was Henry's or Andre's damage?
So we have not received anything from SIES yet. We just had another meeting with FEMA regarding a few things that they thought were missing, but in fact, we had uploaded already. We have not received anything from COVID response yet. And Henri and Ida are somewhat combined. Ida was the one that had the big funding source, so we're going after that one. And we may or may not have, you can't beat it out of me, included some things from Henri into Ida.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good
You're
evening.
Okay, thank you, Glenn. Report from the village manager.
Nothing, Mayor.
Report from the clerk treasurer.
Nothing at this time, Mayor.
Reports from the village attorney.
Nothing from me, Mayor.
Minutes, commissions, boards, and committees, minutes of the Board of Trustees meeting of October 12th and a work session of October 25th, minutes of the Board of Architecture review meeting of October 5th, 2021, minutes of the tree committee meeting of September 28th, 2021, minutes of the flood advisory committee of March 25th, 22nd, and 21st, 2021, minutes of the Village of Mamaroneck Arts Council meeting of September 21st, 2021, minutes of the Recreation and Parks Committee meeting of December 2nd, 2021, minutes of HCCMC meeting of February 17th, and June 16th, 2021. Minutes of the planning board of October 13th, 2021. Hopefully sometime in the near future, the leaves will fall off the trees before it snows. I hope everybody has a good, we have on the 11th in the village, we have the Veterans Day and the Veterans Day ceremony outside of the American Legion in front of Old Village Hall. Please come down at 11 a.m. and remember all of the men and women who have served in our armed forces. I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Have a good evening.